Alrighty, welcome to the Ventura Unified School District General Board meeting. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Adoption of agenda. We have some items here that we wish to move around. Is that correct?
Yes, President Forsyth. Staff requests that we have 4 items that we would like to move forward to take place directly after the public hearing. The first 2 items would be the Education Services Conference items 16A1 and 16A2, then followed by 15E1 and 15E2.
And that's going right before the...
Right after the public hearing.
Got it. Understood.
Thank you. It would be first, 16A1 and 16A2, right after the public hearing, and then after that would be 15E1 and 15E2. After public hearing, yes.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one of the questions that when I sent my request about moving A1 was, do we ever move, I know we haven't, at least in my experience, move things prior to public comment. Is there a reason that we haven't?
I'm sorry, could you state the question again?
So we typically move, if we're moving an agenda item, because like in this case, we have students presenting, right? So to be mindful of them getting home at a reasonable hour, we typically move it to the top of the agenda after public comments.
Oh, okay.
But given that sometimes we have significant numbers of public comment, my question was, we don't have the practice, but is there a reason we don't of moving things prior to public comment?
No, just that it's been the practice more than anything, yeah.
So I'll move adoption of the agenda as amended.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson is not here at this time. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you. Public comments for closed session.
We do not have public comment
Thank
on
you.
closed session items.
Alrighty, so closed session. We're going to be looking at 15A, conference with labor negotiators. B, conference with legal counsel. C, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. D, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to government code. And I believe that is it. Do we have a motion to go to closed session?
Move to go to closed session.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll be back for regular session, approximately 6 p.m.
Welcome back to the Ventura Unified School District General Board meeting. We'll go ahead and start the regular session. If you could please stand if you can for the Pledge of Allegiance. Alrighty, roll call, please.
Thank you. President James Forsyth.
Here.
Vice President Shannon Fredericks.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Trustee Calvin Peterson is absent for regular session. Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Student Board Member Naima Dickerson.
Here.
Student Board Member Abby Sargent.
Here.
And Student Board Member Stella Duque.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have come back from closed session. We have an action to report from closed session. The board in closed session approved stipulation for entry of judgment and settlement agreement and mutual release in case number 2024 C0274999 filed in the Superior Court in Ventura County. So the motion was given by Trustee Rodriguez, seconded by President Forsyth. The motion carried through unanimous vote. Okay, before we get into the superintendent report, I just want to acknowledge that it's Autism Awareness Month, and I just want to take a moment to recognize that and the importance of what it means to be autistic, what it means to be on the spectrum. Well, this month reminds us that autism is a spectrum, and every student brings unique strengths, perspectives, and ways of learning into the classroom. In Ventura Unified, those differences are valued. We also recognize that some students need additional support, and our responsibility is to provide an inclusive environment for all students to succeed. I want to thank our teachers, our staff, specialists, paraeducators, support personnel, and ongoing dedication that they have for our families and in their partnership and advocacy for our students. As a district, our focus goes beyond awareness. It is about inclusion, acceptance, and making sure every student feels seen, supported, and able to reach their full potential. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Castro.
Thank you, President Forsyth. As we wait for the screen to come up and show the rest of the gratitude recognitions, as we do each time we call attention to this, we specifically focus on 3 individuals. So first I'd like to start with Renee Guzman, an electrician in facilities. The person who wrote this submission said that Renee consistently goes above and beyond every time he is on the site. When he encounters something unfamiliar, he takes the initiative to learn how it works, to share that knowledge with the team. He's both quick and efficient in the work. He's demonstrated strong resourcefulness by locating an older replacement part to fix an issue on the site. In addition, he's helped resolve a long-standing electrical problem, and Renee's efforts are greatly appreciated. The next individual is TJ Trelar, speech and language pathologist at Atlas. TJ is noted as being someone who puts an exceptional amount of thought and time into her service delivery, the assessments and the planning. She's passionate about her work and consistently advocates for what she believes is in the best interest of students. TJ is especially knowledgeable and thoughtful in her approach to supporting neurodivergent students. And our last recognition is actually 2 individuals, Ryan Hughes and Dustin Sartwell, Bond Program Manager and Senior Construction Project Manager. When they were notified of the HVAC system at the Jumpstart Room at Montalvo needed troubleshooting during the hot weather, Ryan and Dustin acted immediately. They assessed what maintenance was needed, addressed the issue, followed up by checking in and communicating with everyone involved. Their prompt, thorough, and thoughtful, high-quality customer service was delivered with a positive attitude and strong attention to detail. And so consequently, within 24 hours, the youngest learners and their staff who supported them were back to playing and learning in comfort. So if you would, please join me in appreciating these individuals as well as the others. Okay, thank you. And we have a couple of presentations. The first one is by Ventura Education Partnership. I would like to call up co-presidents Michael Tapia and Nancy Maxon.
Board members, I'm Nancy Maxon. I am a co-president of Ventura Education Partnership.
And I'm Michael Tapia, the other co-president.
So a quick history about Ventura Education Partnership. It was established in 1988, so it's been around for a very long time. The Ventura Education Partnership, better known as VEP, or VEP, has provided over $1 million in grants and other projects, benefiting hundreds of VUSD educators and thousands of students. Before starting our slide presentation, we would like to recognize our VEP board members.
And would you please all stand up so you can be appreciated? Okay, and just a reminder that not only do our, does our board...
Got to speak into the microphone.
You can't hear me back? Anyway. I'm sorry. Used to my teacher voice. Anyway, not only does our board...
I need to get a little bit closer, sorry. Yeah, I got to talk to the mic.
Just right in there.
You see how long it's been
Yeah,
a while
Mr.
since-
Tapia, if you can come up to the mic, because it gets calibrated for all of our future public comments.
Does that work?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Third time's a charm. Okay. Not only does our board volunteer their time, they also contribute financially annually to our organization, so we very much appreciate that as well. Okay, so we can get started with that.
We have some, we wanted to show you all the grant recipients for the fall 2025. So these are the grant recipients. We had 20 student grants. These are some of our students. We had almost $20,000 that were given. More student grants. We also had 42 staff grants awarded. These are the names of our grantees at the various schools. Middle school, high school, elementary school. And some of our grantees, we had grants at Buena, Foothill, Pacific, Ventura, Anacapa, Cabrillo, Data, Citrus Glen, Elmhurst, Juana Maria, Lemon Grove, Loma Vista, Montalvo, Mound, Pierpont, Portola, Sheridan Way, Sunset, EIC, and the ESC. And then Michael.
In alignment with VUSD curricular priorities, VEP also provided TK to second grade book giveaways this year at EP Foster, Sheridan Way, Lincoln, and Elmhurst schools, and we plan to continue this activity in the coming year at additional Title I schools.
We could not do the work that we do without the generosity of our community donors, some of whom are in this room, and many teachers also continue to donate with us. We've already sent out invitations to our supporters for our annual celebration and gratitude event taking place on May 7th at the Museum of Ventura County. We'll not only feature specific student and staff grant recipients, but also highlight other major donors. We want to thank you all for the opportunity to celebrate our students, staff, and organization tonight. Thank you.
On behalf of myself, I'd just like to really thank all of you for all the work you do. I know that it's appreciated by those staff members that get the grants and the students now that we just started doing that in the last few years. So
Yes.
the students do some real exciting things,
They
and it's
really
great
do.
to see it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And, you know, the VEP board is kind of a who's who in public education in Ventura. You guys are all rock stars and have a long personal histories with our district and in our community. And we thank you for choosing to continue to stay engaged in public education for our kids and all the work that you do to support our teachers, our staff, and our students. It really makes a big difference.
I would just add, as a classroom teacher, I just have to tell you, the dollars that you're able to put into the hands of the teachers, it just gets amplified. I mean, I know you are well aware of that, but really it's just so incredibly valuable. Thank you so much for the incredible work that you guys do for the community. It's really greatly appreciated.
just want to concur with my colleagues. Yeah, as a teacher as well, whenever I see grants come up or organizations pushing for teachers to get those grants, I get super excited. Of course, I don't have time to fill that out. But it's still an important part, I think, for teachers to have that extra funds to do something incredibly creative and something really special for their kids. So I appreciate all the hard work. Shout out to all your donors that pour in funds for our teachers. It's amazing. So thank you all.
I'll just focus on the partnership part of VEP. Thank you for being a partner and for highlighting the emphasis on early literacy. I know that that's been something that predates my superintendency, just the investments in literacy in all forms, and then the way that you serve as catalysts, especially over the last couple of years offering the student grants. I know that's created a new level of energy and excitement, so thank you for continuing to just invest in our students and our teachers. Okay, so then Dr. Bellis, if you would.
Yes, they are. All right, it's my pleasure, Dr. Castro aboard, to introduce Karen Hoost and Darcy Duffy from Lemon Grove, who are going to, with students tonight, to talk about a really important program at Lemon Grove. Darcy, take it away.
All right. Well, welcome. I'm Darcy Duffy, as you said, and I have with me Taylor, Celeste, and Ellie. And a couple of them are going to present for ABAR as well, and a couple are going to join in here. So we were able to start Renaissance this year at Lemon Grove, and we were super excited and asked to come share about what we're doing. Next slide. And we had great school culture. We had just started. Lemon Grove's been open 5 years as we transitioned. We had fun Phoenix Fridays, but we really felt like there was something missing. We needed to pull those pieces together. And next slide. So the turning point is we wanted to define and align and elevate what we were doing. And so that was really tied to our campus culture. And so we didn't need to create something magically new. We just needed to align it and pull it all together. And that's just what we did. Next slide. So we defined our core values. We established shared language and really set our expectations for students to follow. We adopted the Renaissance framework, which is from Jostens, and we also were really intentional with our choices of what we were recognizing and rewarding. Next slide. So here is our Blaze the Way. So be respectful, lead by example, always include zero excuses, and embrace challenges. So that really defined our expectations. That's the first part of what do our students respect. And then we valued that through recognition and reinforcement. Through that builds great relationships, and that equals results. We tied in our ABAR work that some of these ladies were also doing. They get to wear multiple hats too at a TK8 because we all help with everything. So I really strengthened our work too with our ABAR, and then we really brought our Phoenix Fridays to life. We took them up to the next level with everybody sitting in their color group, and we play a game every time, and we have house points. So kids are really excited to come to school and feel a sense of belonging. Next slide. So Renaissance specifically is the 6 R's, or the magic words: respect, recognize, reward, reinforce, which builds relationships and equals results. Next slide. So our framework, how we took that, is you usually see this at the secondary level. I had the honor of running this program for many years at Foothill Technology High School with my time there. And all of our secondary schools present. I was just meeting with them yesterday. But we are the only school with an elementary, and we are TK8 special. So that's what's special about this. And we would love for more schools to join and be a part of it, because that recognition piece is so important to students feeling connected to school. So we have adapted those principles. It looks different with little people. You can't really just be like, what's your GPA? Okay, but I learned my multiplication tables. So with that, we focused with our younger partners on homework achievement. Every 2 weeks, if you did your homework, you got a reward. And we made a big chart, and then they were all talking about it. And I never knew root beer floats were so popular in my life, but they definitely are. And we got one of those fancy bubble machines where it's more like foam. And yeah, I'll have a bodyguard next time we do that one. This, if it works, has several pictures just so you can see it in action. So we'll cross our fingers. So that's our Phoenix on the wall that Miss T made. She's here, and all the kids made a feather. These are our high five Fridays. The big kids have these fives. They welcome at the gate and coming in too. We have a Renaissance wall where we praise and reward. These are our Staffley Awards. We do that at each of our Phoenix Fridays. There we are. Our Renaissance list, our middle school students go on that if they have a 3.0 or above. We have lots of fun culture building activities. And we recognized artists and athletes. Those were spelling bee. There were our VEP grant winners. There's Celeste, because she's the heart. That's our ABAR awards. And our athletes. We've recognized volunteers each Phoenix Friday. Those are the hats that they received, our t-shirts and our water bottles. The athletes got water bottles that are custom engraved, and the artists got new journals that have a special logo, so that was special to them. And those are really things you can do TK through 8. You can recognize an artist. So the impact, what we felt is a strong sense of being seen, being valued, and belonging to our campus. Our staff morale went up. People felt welcomed, encouraged, and seen as well. We have our community, and we've brought in more. That was one of our goals for this year, is to really tie in community. We also saw great growth in our test scores. So our 7th graders, 2 of them are here, part of that. So they're MAP testing from last time to this time. I told you last time I was here that they had great growth. So that class almost doubled again their growth for 7th grade. They were almost to 200%, 190. The 8th grade class was 391% of their growth goals, so almost 4 times what the expectation was for growth. And so we had rewards, we had incentives on the board. They're cashing in on their movie day on Thursday. They're waiting anxiously to see their reading scores. The last one's finished, and it takes 24 hours, so we'll look at those tomorrow. But we're super proud of them and just owning it and having conversations and setting goals and rewards, and then they delivered. So I'm going to turn it over. They're going to share their student voice. Next slide. Ready, ladies? You have it, and then you get to end with the last one.
Okay. In their words, what Renaissance means to me. Miss T's class, 2nd grade. The Renaissance program makes me feel like I belong at school. It helps everyone be kind to each other and include everyone. I like that we all get to be part of it together. It feels really good when people notice things I'm good at, like being an athlete or an artist. It makes our school a happier place.
Our own 6th grader, Mason Brooks, said, Renaissance has helped me feel important at Lemon Grove. I also love seeing my friends get awards too, that way we can all celebrate together, as well as our 8th grader, Nevaeh Morales, who said, Renaissance has helped me be a larger part of my school community. It's forced me to step outside my comfort zone and interact with more students.
And to us, Renaissance program helps students feel noticed and form connections throughout all grades, helping us come together as a community.
And can we get a kudos to this team and all of our others? We have about 20 students who regularly stay every Monday after school for an extra hour to help implement this program and our other leadership factors. So like today, William and Jimmy were out and they were delivering, we had bike week last week, and they got bike awards if they learned how to ride their bike. So they went and delivered those awards and got more made. And so there's just a lot of that our middle school students have really stepped up to take leadership and come along. And it's helped for me as a teacher. This was something I was really passionate about at Foothill, and as I was getting deeper in at Lemon Grove, I said, I need to go back to the things that brought me joy, and that's building these things with our students and having fun with them and recognizing and rewarding them, and it really has changed our classroom dynamic. We're having a great environment. We went out with some of different leaders went out and presented to all of our 5th grade classes, so we're really excited about the movement that's going and the number of kids coming into our 6th grade class now. So thank you all for the opportunity to be here tonight and share about our program. If anybody else is interested in Renaissance, I'd be happy to answer questions. Feel free to reach out to me, district and other schools. But if you have any questions, we'll happily take those. But otherwise, we're good.
First of all, congratulations to the students for their hard work. We really appreciate that. It's nice to see this is going well. But for you, Darcy, does Jostens have an elementary program, or are you designing that as you go off your secondary experience?
They do. So the the way they've tailored things, it's adaptable for all grades. We have the privilege, a large group of us went to the Renaissance Conference in San Diego this summer, and Dr. Martinez went with me, and I got her into these big sessions dancing. So it was the best conference she said she's ever attended, and these have been my people for a long time. So they do have other models. We were able to talk to other elementary schools. Hopefully, if it comes back to San Diego, I'll go again the following year to get more ideas now that we're established and have those share-likes. But it's a little bit further spread out than your secondary levels for middle school and high school. But they do have some great model schools.
I just wanted to add, we do have one other elementary school, Renaissance Elmhurst.
Oh,
also
perfect.
participates.
Thank you. We'll have to brainstorm with them.
Darcy, it's great to see you so excited to see the outcomes for the students. I mean, it's just amazing what that team that you have helped to foster at the site is really like delivering for kids, right? Like, because that's really ultimately what it's all about. And seeing the growth at the site, not just academic growth, which is obviously super important, but also the personal growth. And so thank you for all the extra energy, and thank you guys for being here. And I know some of you are going to be presenting also during ABAR, right? So we'll get a chance to hear more from you. But thank you for being here.
And I just learned this week. Good job. Great job. I mean, just phenomenal job. It's so exciting to see that like grassroots, just the kids encouraging each other and building each other up, and like that sense of community is just so incredibly valuable. I don't need to tell you, I'm preaching to the choir, but the other tip as a third grade teacher, scratch and sniff stickers.
Ooh.
Seriously.
We haven't done that one. Maybe that will be what comes with testing. The elementary people are here with us too.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just want to thank you, and it's clock it, by the way. That's what I teach middle school, so I know. I get. Oh no, I could do more. I got a lot more.
Shocked or mortified?
They're like, no. So, well, first of all, I just want to thank our student body. You know, you guys coming out here. I know it's hard to come in front of us and come in front of all your, grown-ups in the room and kind of give a spiel. So I really do appreciate it, and thank you for coming. And Darcy, I just want to thank you personally. I mean, those who haven't had the pleasure to teach and be in a classroom, it's more than a full-time job. And you're taking this on so you're doing a lot. And I just want to recognize you for doing that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Have a great night.
Marianne. Okay, great. Student board reports.
Good afternoon. My name is Naima Dickerson, and I'm the ASB president at Buena High School. Here's an update of what's been going on at Buena March through April. I'd like to start by highlighting the success of our spring musical, Frozen. The shows have been packed so far to see this fan favorite, and there was a full house at Sunday's special sing-along matinee. Students from our VUSD elementary schools have also joined us, and we got to see a lot of familiar faces from the younger grades that got to join in on the fun. If you haven't already, there is still time to go see one of the last 3 shows on the 23rd, 24th, or 25th, so don't miss out on your opportunity to support Buena Theater. At the end of March, our Buena Knowledge Bowl team came home with the championship trophy after battling Ventura County schools in trivia competitions. These 8 upperclassmen studied and went above and beyond to learn and memorize facts taught outside of the classroom and spent weeks in preparation before their season began. So a big shout out to these students who committed to studying and being prepared for these really high intensity competitions, which I attended a few, and some of these questions I have no idea what they're talking about, so good on them. And then on the topic of triumph, our girls and boys swim teams achieved major success at the CIF finals and the Ventura County Swimming Championships. The girls took home gold in the 200 freestyle relay and set personal best times in individual events. The boys finished the Ventura County Swimming Championships in 3rd place out of 21 teams, the first top 3 spot for Buena since the inception of the competition. Huge congrats to these student athletes for not only beating personal bests, but for setting school records. Our Renaissance rally on the 4th featured a game of Family Feud, a slideshow recognizing the 912 students that met Renaissance this year. There's a spotlight on our top 20 seniors with the highest GPA in our class. And, of course, the beloved teacher dance. Teachers from different departments starred in their own themed dances, and special solo performances from our SRO, Officer Thompson, campus supervisors, and admin had students cheering for their campus besties. It was a great day celebrating high-achieving students and the most academically approved. Our Bulldogs have shown great dedication this year through their academics, and it was a really fun event to recognize that. This year, we hosted our 2000s themed prom at the Ventura Majestic Theater downtown. It's crazy how the 2000s are a theme now, but it was really fun nonetheless. The beautiful venue, and there's a huge, large turnout of students, and a lot of the decorations done by ASB really made the theme and the venue come to life. My personal opinion, I think the best part was the live student band that we had perform. It was seniors Alyssa Angelis, Lucas Radicanu, and junior Silas Gomez that performed covers like Island in the Sun by Weezer and Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana. Their band, named Blush, were met with excited students and lots of buzzing on campus after prom. So really cool experience, and in my opinion, one of the most memorable proms. And to celebrate, we had 18 students from Elmshorn, Germany visit Buena High School to celebrate our 40th anniversary of our German exchange program. They were here from March 18th to April 8th as a part of the German-American Partnership Program, or GAP. And these students received a really warm welcome on campus. I got to meet a few of them, connect with them, and learn a lot about their culture. They got to visit Santa Cruz Island. They got to go to Universal Studios, do some touristy things in LA. During their stay, they also gave many presentations in class that offered an inside look into German culture and covered topics like the German school system, sports, politics, environmental awareness for our own German students at Buena. So it was a really great tradition that we look forward to continuing, and really great students that we got to meet. And then our AVID class took a trip to CSU Northridge on April 10th, and they were taken on a tour by two of our AVID alumni. So it was a really great full circle moment for the program. A lot of these field trips that AVID goes on, they wanted a few to San Diego earlier this year, really provide a great opportunity for students to see what's available to them after high school and to get a look into what their future could look like. So really great field trip and a really special moment to see our alumni leading the tour. And then on March 27th, we had 44 of our CTE first responder students attain their CPR certification in our very own library. More than 5 firemen and paramedics came to train the students. They took notes, watched videos, and received hands-on training before their individual testing with paramedics. Our CTE program is preparing students that are wanting to be first responders right out of high school, and I think this was such a great first step into that and a great experience for our students. And then our College and Career Center hosts dual enrollment workshops multiple times a year, but this spring session brought in more than 150 students who are interested in dual enrollment for the summer. Whether it's making up a class or trying to get a GPA boost, more and more students are taking agency in their learning and seeking opportunities at our local community colleges. The Part 2 workshop happened today, which brought a similar number of interested students. And then our marine sciences class went on a little field trip to the beach, but not just to go surfing or to have fun. They worked with Tidy Seas organization to do a beach cleanup. They got to see a lot of the impacts of what trash and pollution does to our beaches and make their impact on helping out and keeping our beaches clean, as well as discover some wildlife while they were out there. We have new facilities. We have an auditorium projector that was just installed, as well as our PA system. In every classroom, there's a little screen displayed, "Welcome to Buena High School," with the time, and in the case of an emergency or some alert that needs to get through to the classrooms, it would show up on this little screen. So really nifty, really useful in need of emergency, and a cute little sign, I think. And then on March 16th, Buena completed our mid-cycle visit from the Western Association of Schools and Colleges and reaffirmed our accreditation until the current cycle ends in June 2029. The team that came via Zoom asked students on Zoom what they liked about Buena and what could be improved. After having productive discussions with our students, the team was complimentary of our school's progress on the California dashboard and our positive school culture. Coming up, we have our student film showcase, where our film students perform and showcase all of the films that they've been working on. It's on May 15th. We have grad night at Universal Studios, and then graduation is June 2nd at 4 p.m. That is all I have. Thank you for your time, and go Bulldogs!
Hello, I am Abby Sargent, and I'm excited to share with you what's been happening recently at Pacific High School. Our ASB Interact Club went to Homeboys Industry, which is a gang rehabilitation center in LA. Our ASB Interact Club's focus was on violence that's happening in PHS students' lives, and it was really interesting to see how Homeboys Industry deals with that with their own, and it was very impactful for students to be able to see. PHS had an art gallery which sold student and displayed students' works in school. It was artwork that students got to make on their own time, as well as projects made in school. It was really awesome to see classmates' artwork that I haven't seen before. It was really just great for students, and students got to sell work to a lucky bidder. There was a bidding system, and I heard it was pretty competitive, so it was awesome. Our dual enrollment students at PHS got to visit the VC campus as well as sit in to Professor DeClerc's class. Professor DeClerc also teaches occasionally at PHS one of the dual enrollment classes, which is English. So it's really great for students who are transitioning soon to college to be able to see what that type of environment is, as well as where they might potentially go next year. I was so excited about the Day of Joy. It was a really great program that the Rotary Club got to help. Instead of going to classes this one Friday, students got to cycle through different activities like potting plants, there's a drum circle, there's arts and crafts, playing board games. I thought it was a really great bonding moment for students to have and classmates that you usually might not have talked to, and to just get to see everyone like in school bond together. It was really awesome. Then we had our Renaissance field trip, which was to the Getty Villa. It was, I know I keep saying it, but it was really awesome. But I got to go on this field trip, and it was really cool. It was a guided tour around this beautiful museum, and I got to learn a lot. I thought it was really cool how students showed a lot of interest in what was at the museum and was really talking to the tour guides a lot. And it was also really awesome for teachers. Another great field trip. And that was all. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ventura High School's representative, and I'm super excited to tell you about what we have been doing and what we will be doing in the next few months. So for Culture and Climate, we just recently had our last blood drive of the year. It went well, and graduating seniors will be able to get their cords for donating soon. We also had a Spirit Week leading up to our baile dance, which included a flip-flop versus boot day and a flag day where students could wear flag colors of their choosing or a jersey. We also had 2 other Spirit Weeks on the next slide. We had one for St. Patrick's Day and another for our Renaissance class. They organized their rally week. It was MTV show themed. The St. Patrick's Day Spirit Week included themes like Wear Green. Thank goodness, because of this Spirit Day, I actually ended up wearing green, of course, and I didn't get pinched. So that was good. And they also had Y2K Day. For the Renaissance Rally, there were Spirit Days themed to the streaming platform. So this included the days like Jersey Shore and Frat Boy Day. These were pretty fun themes because they're a little different, and they're kind of 2000s themed as well. For student achievement, we have had our sports with very successful seasons. Our boys volleyball team just earned runner-up for the Del Sol tournament. And it is TBD if they'll make CIF, but we'll see. hopefully. Our track team has made the undefeated league champions once again. And our girls softball, boys baseball, and boys golf has been succeeding as well. Their seasons are still continuing. And overall, sports programs are very involved and have worked really hard to make their mark and to be really great teams. Also for student achievement, Renaissance has had their first ever invite-only rally. Students invited were students who went up by 0.25 in their GPA, and then the top 4 classes for our March Madness attendance, which is a competition for the best attendance in a teacher's class. The top 2 were Rubalcaba and Villalobos. Villalobos is my ASP advisor, but Rubalcaba ended up taking the win. The 22 Cougars of the Quarter were also included. These are the students who really just showed up and went above and beyond for the quarter. And our Mod Squad students were invited as well. This was a really special way for Renaissance to help students to recognize their achievement and feel proud and special of themselves because of their hard work. I think it's a really important thing for us to make sure that students feel that their achievements are seen, heard, and that they feel included. And this was a really nice and fun way to make that happen. And then we recently hosted our yearly baile. This is an event where we have clubs selling food and drinks, dancing, and we also had a local group play music with regional Mexican roots. I love the baile personally because it targets all of our students, and it encourages them to attend an event that's really carefree and it's fun and it's welcoming and there's no strings attached. You just go and you have fun and you dance with people. And this event is a way for us to build on our strengths as a school and as a district to include people and have them feel like they belong. And then for upcoming and also ongoing events, we have Bonnie and Clyde going on through our drama department. If you want to see a really good show, I would make sure to go. We have a really talented drama department. We also have our prom next weekend on the 2nd, and it will be hosted at a new venue, the Crown Plaza, and it will also be Hercules themed, the Disney movie. I'm really excited about that one. That's one of my favorite movies to go with our yearly Disney theme. And then I'm really excited about this one because we will be able to really enjoy what it is like to live in Ventura, a beach town. We will be able to see the sunset and the beach from the top floor while we are bonding with other students. I think that's really fun. And then I'm also really excited to make our seniors feel special and honored in these next few months. And then this Friday we are having our food fair. Students will have the opportunity to sell and buy food through their clubs or just walking around. And they can just enjoy the opportunity to talk to peers. It's kind of a last hurrah for me. It's my last food fair. But as we're approaching the end of the year, I want to make sure that people really connect with each other and kind of say like a goodbye. And finally, I also want to recognize my fellow seniors who will be graduating this year on the board. And I want to thank all of you, all of the board, and all of this audience for giving me this opportunity to be included and a part of this process. So thank you.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Thank you, board members. Dr. Castro, correspondence.
Yes, thank you, President Forsyth. In the agenda, and it's up on the screen, the county office completed their second interim review. You have the content there. The salient points are that they agree with the district's positive certification, which is great news. How we got there, however, they encourage us to continue to do that. They noted that the district maintains a projected deficit, which exceeds $11 million in 2027, and note that it continues to be imperative that the board continue to follow through with the necessary staffing reductions to maintain a balanced budget and remaining fiscally solvent.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So next we have public comments.
If you can just bear with me for one moment. If you would like to let your student board members go, we have quite a number this evening.
So you guys can go if you like. If you want to stay,
If you want to hang,
hear it, then you can. But you're more than welcome to go.
We have a number of, let me take this off the screen, I apologize. We have a number of public comments this evening, and due to the number, we will be reducing to 2 minutes per speaker. And in the realm that we usually do, you'll be given 2 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second warning, and we just remind everyone that civility is very important to us here. We honor the First Amendment, and we know that everyone has First Amendment rights, but we ask that you speak in a civil behavior and civil language, since we do have students that are here this evening and watching online. We will call 3 names at a time. We do have an overflow room this evening, so we want to give them time to come on over as well. The first up will be Nicholas Guerra, followed by Tim Garcia, followed by Carol Peak.
Marianne, as they're coming up, did the students note when they were students, when they submitted public comments, or no?
We have one student that noted they were...
One student.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Nicholas Guerra. I'm a sophomore at Foothill Tech, and some of you know me. I'm speaking here not only on my own, but on behalf of every other student who is frustrated with the district actions, which is a great number of students, some of whom are sitting here today. Not too long ago, I started an online petition to support our wonderful teachers and staff, and we're standing at about 680 signatures and counting. Now, I believe everyone here has seen and heard of the irrefutable evidence of the district's mismanagement of funds. District enrollment has been on a steady decline, and we have a $12.3 million deficit, and the district has resorted to cutting teachers and staff and their benefits while administrator salaries are continuing to rise. However, I would like to say that is only one part of the story, and here's why. For one, the fact that admin has the audacity to say how much they appreciate and cherish teachers and staff, only to cut them and take away their jobs like they are nothing, is absurd. There is nothing to show that the district truly cares about their teachers and staff, and every action they have taken proves that. Not only that, but the same line I have heard from board members and admin when discussing school closures in the transfer process is kids are resilient. And I cannot express in words how simply ignorant this is. Sure, kids are resilient, but they're still human. Kids are so much more vulnerable to traumatic experiences than adults are. And when they will potentially have to leave behind their friends and the staff that they had a connection with, it will definitely leave a lasting impact on their lives. And using such an ignorant and patronizing excuse is deplorable. This is what we think. District admin lack the empathy that our teachers and staff are able to have because they actually work with students directly. Mr. Peterson is especially lacking in that empathy, and telling people that have to feed their families and who are losing their jobs to not be emotional is disgusting. The truth is, ladies and gentlemen, the district isn't for the future of every student. If they were, we wouldn't be here today. Thank you.
Next up is Tim Garcia, followed by Carol Peak, followed by Sarah McLaughlin.
Good evening. My name is Tim Garcia, and I'm a teacher and the head football coach at Ventura High School. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Ventura Packers Youth Football Organization and to ask the district to partner with them by providing consistent access to practice and game facilities. I understand the district is facing difficult financial decisions due to declining enrollment, but this is also a time to make strategic investments that keep families in Ventura unified rather than unintentionally pushing them elsewhere. The Ventura Packers are our only feeder program. When we are unable to support them, families begin looking to other options. Oxnard Unified and private schools like St. Bonaventure offer their facilities at little to no cost, and our parents are choosing those programs. Once families make that move at the youth level, many remain there through high school. That loss goes beyond athletics. It affects enrollment, funding, staffing, and teachers across our district. I've done everything I can on my own time to help accommodate the Packers, but this situation requires district-level support, not individual solutions. I ask the board to look at this not as a facility scheduling and cost issue, but as a critical investment in the future of Ventura Unified. When we don't support our only feeder program, we should not be surprised when families choose districts that do. Supporting the Ventura Packers is supporting our schools, our enrollment, and our educators. And if we want families to stay with Ventura Unified and believe in our district long term, this is a step we must be willing to take. And finally, to the Packer families, with the support of Ventura Unified, your commitment to the process and loyalty to this district are just as important. Together, we can keep our kids, our schools, and our community growing here in Ventura. Thank you.
Carol Peak, followed by Sarah McLaughlin, followed by Tanya O'Neill.
Good evening. My name is Carol Peak, and I'm the proud president of the Ventura Education Support Professional Association. This evening, I would like to make something perfectly clear. VUA and VESPA will not be divided. The district, school board, and unions have had difficult times in the past, but in the past, we've always strived to rebuild the relationship because we believed in mutual respect and trust. I'm disappointed to say that this is not the case any longer. Our members deserve what the district has been demonstrating. Our members do not deserve what the district has been demonstrating. Our members deserve deeper consideration of the impact on students, which the board views and approves layoffs and reduction resolutions. Instead, we get a lecture of facts instead of feelings and observe the board congratulating themselves for making these decisions in a timely manner. Our members deserve transparency, honesty, and accountability. Our members do not deserve to be the only ones to take the burden of financial mismanagement through layoffs and reductions. Our district management prioritizes students. If they prioritize their students like they say, then they need to prioritize the employees who directly work with students and take care of them daily. Our leadership needs to share the burden of this financial crisis, not just give it to us. Lastly, I want to express my disappointment with how negotiations are being conducted. VUA and VESPA have bargained together for total compensation since 2017, which would make this a lasting practice. Your attempt to change this now is unacceptable. I want to be very clear again. Your attempt to divide us will not work. We are committed to each other, and we stand together in solidarity. VUA and VESPA will not be divided. Thank you.
Up next is Sarah McLaughlin, followed by Tanya O'Neill, followed by Sarah Viscara.
Hi, I'm Sarah McLaughlin, and I'm proud to stand before you as president of VUEA, representing the dedicated, certificated educators who serve this district every day. Tonight, I also want to be very clear about one thing. We stand in unwavering solidarity with our classified colleagues. They are our partners, our teammates, and our allies in serving students. And right now, during negotiations, we are seeing something deeply concerning. There is a growing perception and real concern among our members that the district is attempting to create division between certificated and classified employees through the way these negotiations are being handled. And let me be clear, the strategy will not succeed. Division is not leadership. Division is not how you build strong schools, and division will not work here. We know the truth. When certificated and classified professionals stand together, we are the strongest. When we advocate together, we win better conditions for our members and for our students. And when we support each other, we create the kind of schools our community deserve. Let me also say this to our members, those watching and those here tonight. I hear you, I see your commitment, and I stand with you. We are not backing down from advocating for respect, fairness, and the benefits our educators need. We are not going to be separated, sidelined, or weakened. We are united, and we are prepared to stand together through these negotiations and beyond. VUEA and VESPA will not be divided.
Tanya O'Neill, followed by Sarah Viscara, followed by Catherine Pike.
I am reading this for a new member who was not able to be here to read today. I'm writing as a new teacher in this district who cares deeply about our students, our schools, and the community we serve. I want to share both the realities we are facing and sincere request to be supported in a way that allows us to continue doing our work well. I want to start with some facts. This year I've spent $4,376 on my own money on my classroom. That is not an estimate, but an exact figure. I began the year in a brand new classroom without receiving one book for our class library. I did not receive developmentally appropriate pencils or materials that met the needs of my students. Some of the resources provided, such as puzzles, were too advanced and led to frustration rather than learning. To create a classroom where my students could feel successful, I stepped in to provide what was missing. I know you like facts, but a fact is teaching extends far beyond materials, and it's personal. Each student who walks through our doors brings unique academic and emotional needs, and we do our best to meet them all. Many of us stay late, bring work home, and spend our evenings thinking about how to better support our students in ways we may not be trained due to cuts. For example, our counseling resources continue to be stretched thin. Teachers are increasingly stepping into roles we are not fully equipped to carry alone. Alongside this, we are seeing growing needs in special education and continued shortage of support staff, including qualified paraprofessionals. These challenges impact not only teachers, but the overall learning environment for students. We understand that there are financial considerations and difficult decisions to be made. At this time, a 2% raise does not keep pace with the rising cost of living. We also recognize that insurance costs are high. However, maintaining strong benefits supports the health and well-being of teachers, which in turn supports consistency in the classroom. When teachers are well, students benefit. When teachers feel supported, classrooms are stronger and families notice. VUEA and VESPA will not be divided. We stand together.
Sarah Viscara, followed by Catherine Pike, followed by Jason Holmes.
I am not here to humbly beg you for you to rethink your offer to VUEA or VESPA. I am here to demand fair compensation and 100% included health insurance with no slashing of benefits. I am here to tell you that we are here to fight, and you are going to have the fight of your lifetime. We are all beyond ready for what's ahead, but are you, VUSD School Board? The slowdown, the work to contract, the strike, the vote of no confidence against the superintendent. Yes, I have successfully participated in one of those votes of no confidence in another district before. Greenfield 2010, look it up. Are you ready for both unions recommending that each and every board member be voted out of their position? Let me remind you that we are why the families choose the VUSD. It is the staff, teachers, custodians, paraeducators, cafeteria managers, and everyone at the school level who is beloved, not the school board or the superintendent. You have unsuccessfully tried to create divides between the workers through legacy employees and the VUEA and not giving VESPA as good of offers as the VUEA. I remember getting offered a 1% raise a few years ago when the VUSD said they could not afford to give us more. We walked away with more than 12%. Why would we believe you now about not being able to afford it? But we stand firm against you, against the 1% that have become and that will be the demise of your career. These so-called offers only promote classism in the most elitist way. Many of you sit on the school board simply to have free health insurance, and now you want to take ours and make us pay for it? Please know that when I see you in the streets, I will call you a traitor. When I see your family, I will tell them how you have wronged us all. We are everywhere and make this community what it is. You will not be comfortable going to the grocery store downtown or a restaurant when we will call you out in public. There will be no peace or rest until we are guaranteed our health benefits. Be ready to be uncomfortable. VU and VESPA will not be divided.
There we go. Next up,
please,
Catherine.
Please, we have some quiet, please, for our next
Catherine Pike,
Thank
followed
you.
by Jason Holmes, followed by Luke Maxwell.
Well, tonight is certainly a night to remember. A unified school district is here before you. Employees and community stand ready through district-manufactured springtime uncertainty. Like cherry blossoms in the air, it wafts towards us. VESPA and VUEA prioritize our students, their learning, their opportunities, and their safety. Our members are two pillars of the VUSD community, two pillars without whom our district falls. Like all great foundational items, to remove one union or the other from our unified state is calamitous. Imagine my surprise, then, to hear this great district is engaging in the sort of worker division that had me wondering if I had been transported through some great portal in space-time to the period of Andrew Carnegie. That is how great this act of negotiating negligence appears to employees. Like we have been dropped straight back into 1892 at a steel mill right outside of Pittsburgh. That is how intentional and divisive this appears to anyone with even the briefest knowledge of union history. That we are on the cusp of a great battle made for workers by management. We are working class employees in education, and we will fight forever for our students in our school community and for our ability to serve them with the
30
fidelity
seconds.
and health that they deserve. In the fourth richest economy in the world, and in the great state of California, we will demand nothing less, and we can't. We owe it to them. Our unified foundation remains firm, even if we are not being met with equal candor. Not another job lost, no benefits cut, not another integral student support system displaced. Down with classism. Our power
Time
is
is up.
together. VUEA and VESPA will not
Ms.
be
Pike,
divided.
Time's up. Next up is Jason Holmes, followed by Luke Maxwell, followed by, and we apologize, we can't read the writing, we believe it's Mike Loftus.
Hi, everyone, and board members. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak in front of you today. My name is Jason Holmes. I'm the proud athletic director for the Ventura Packers this season. And more importantly, I'm a husband to a VUSD employee and a father to two VUSD students. Those students are both part of the Packers organization. And myself, I have two types of lifelong friends, either people I served in the military with or played tackle football with as a youth. And I don't think that's a coincidence. So for those of you that weren't in either one of those branches, it's an important environment that I take the opportunity, I cherish the opportunity to harbor it and foster it here in Ventura. And with that being said, when I say we, I don't just mean myself, the coaches, the board members, the parents. I also mean you all as voted in school district board members. We count on you for reliable, consistent fields at a consistent rate. So the high cost that we currently see here in Ventura, which is unlike any other school district and county, it's really easy for you to go out there and see the kind of costs that everybody else pays. It allows us to not be able to be competitive with buying safer, newer equipment for our children while they enjoy the sport that they love to stay safe. And it also drives parents out of the school district without having consistent fields to rely on in the off season and during the season. So what I'm asking for from my time here spent with you today, I will be sending my third email to everyone that's here today, and I'm just looking for, maybe not
30
yourself,
seconds.
maybe I'm at the wrong level, then send a delegate. Just send someone. I want to build a relationship. There's middle ground. $20,000 worth of custodial fees, I think we can work something out. And I want to provide a contract where we can be, committed to you all just as you all are committed to us. We're not looking for any special treatment. We're not looking for any handouts. We're looking for a fair, level playing ground. I thank you all for your time. I respect the work that you do, and I'm thankful for this opportunity. Look forward to talking to you more.
Luke Maxwell, followed by Mike Loftus, followed by Linda Bergfeld.
My name is Luke Maxwell. Good evening, members of the school board. I'm here as a parent and part of the Ventura Packers youth football and cheer program. I have two boys growing up here, and like most parents, I want them and kids like them to have something positive to be a part of, something that builds confidence, discipline, and a sense of belonging. For many of these kids, this is the most consistent and supportive part of their week. It keeps them active, connected, and on the right path. I know the district is facing challenges, including declining enrollment, but one thing is clear. Families stay where they feel connected, where their kids are involved. Our program has been a part of this community for over 60 years, and we've also invested back into it, including donating $30,000 to help develop Buena High School Stadium. Right now, rising field costs and custodial costs are putting programs like ours at risk. We're not asking for a handout, just something reasonable so we can continue serving our local families. Because when our costs go down, we can offer more scholarships to student athletes who otherwise couldn't afford it. Because in the end, this isn't about a sport. It's about the kid who finally finds something they're good at, like my son, and doesn't want to lose it. It's about the parent who knows exactly where their child is after school and knows they're in a positive environment. And for some families, it's the difference between being able to say yes or no, we just can't afford it. We want to stay here. We want to work with Ventura Unified to keep this opportunity available for local kids. Thank you for your time.
Up next, Mike Loftus, followed by Linda Bergfeld, followed by Janine.
Hello.
1 second, sir.
Oh.
Sorry. Mike, followed by Linda, followed by Janine Dykstra.
My name is Mike Loftus. I'm not going to go off a script. I'll just go off my head. I have 4 kids here in the Ventura Unified School District. Sophomore at Ventura, an 8th grader at Cabrillo, and twin boys at Mound Elementary. I'm here to support the Packers. Thank you, families, for coming out, coaches. Sports have been a big part of my life since I was a kid, and as you can see, there are many kids who play football in this city. To me, starting last year, it's disheartening how our season ended. We had to leave and go to another field in Oxnard to finish our season, our playoffs, not even in our home city, over funding, money. That's just unacceptable. You guys have to be better than that. And if nobody's here making those decisions, you guys need to say something to make this Packer community stay in this city. They've been here, 50 years? 60 years in this city playing football. In the last few years, I've only been here 16 years, but all my 3 boys play football.
30 seconds.
So, like the previous speaker said, we got to come to some common ground when the next city over, Oxnard, is charging 10 times less to use the fields for practice fields and games. And you can say, oh, well, go to the elementary or the junior highs. No, because those grass fields are gopher infested because they're not taken care of. So why don't we try putting in
Time is up, sir.
turf fields at the
Time is up.
elementary and junior highs? Thank you.
Linda Bergfeld, followed by Janine Dykstra, followed by Jen Novak.
Ooh, lots of fun stuff here tonight. I'm off the charts with a different topic. So, good evening. My name is Linda Bergfeld. I'm a teacher at Ventura High School, and I'm here tonight because of a decision that not only is frustrating, but fundamentally unfair to our teachers. A teacher in this district has been denied the ability to use a field trip code and is instead being required to use personal time simply because they are also a parent of a student attending the trip. Let's be clear about what this means. The same professional responsibility, supervising students, ensuring safety, representing the school, is being treated differently based on a personal detail that has nothing to do with the work being performed. Even more concerning, we have a direct comparison within this district. Notice my data. At another school, teachers attending the same conference as chaperones are not required to use personal time. They are treated as staff. They are supported as staff. So the question becomes, why are we applying inconsistent standards to the same rule? It's not about money. In both cases, substitute teachers are paid through fundraising. The district is not bearing the cost, so this decision is not fiscally necessary. It's a choice. It's also not an accounting issue. The field trip process for a teacher is to submit the field trust request form and the account code to be charged. When a teacher enters this in Frontline, they can also enter the account code to be charged in the admin comments. This is not hard. This is a choice. And it's a choice that sends a troubling message that a teacher's professional role can be diminished or disregarded based on their relationship to a student. Please note that a field trip is required to have a 10-to-1 ratio. Otherwise, it cannot proceed. I have personally struggled throughout my career here at VUSD and across over 100 field trips to find available, trusted, and appropriate chaperones. This struggle is real. We should be encouraging our teachers to engage with students beyond the classroom, to build community, and to show up instead of this decision that encourages not that. I got a final note. Dr. Bayless, thank you so much for everything you have done these last years.
Linda,
and committed to securing.
Okay.
President.
Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you, Linda. Thank you. Thank you.
Up next is Janine Dykstra, followed by Jen Novak, followed by Courtney Hayes.
Good evening. My name is Janine Dykstra. I have 8 children that are currently or have been through Ventura Unified School District, and every one of them have been on a transfer. We have come here because we feel that this is a good environment for our children. I just wanted to read you some facts since you guys are really good at facts. Research consistently shows that youth sports program is an effective tool in reducing delinquency, substance abuse, and antisocial behavior. Global initiatives led by the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime actively use sports as a strategy to prevent youth
crime, violence, and drug use by building resilience, life skills, and community connection. True life stories are shown on the movies like Gridiron Gang and Forever Strong. We do not want to be characters in those kinds of documentaries. We want to keep our kids safe. Youth sports provide structured time during peak risk hours. They encourage positive peer groups to replace negative social circles that extend beyond the field and into the normal school day. The adult mentorship through coaching and support, all of which are preventative factors for children who might otherwise be vulnerable to negative influence. Expanding opportunities, especially for those in the bubble, is not just beneficial, it's a proven preventative strategy. I have to go to the next page. So I just wanted to reach out and say, our kids are valued, and they should feel valued. And when they play sports, they feel valued, they're part of a community.
30
It's not
seconds.
just sports, it's prevention, which is better than intervention with the police. It's not just athletes, it's mental health and benefits. It's getting them out from behind the screen, off the streets, into something positive, being part of a community, having accountability, having consequence that are positive when they don't lose a game or they miss a practice. It's not just athletes at risk, it is all the kids in the middle. And we have an opportunity, a special opportunity, to be proactive in helping kids not only at risk.
Time is up.
Well, there we go.
Jen Novak, followed by Courtney Hayes, followed by Cameron DeYoung.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this time tonight. If you want to see all of the facts, I encourage you to please go to change.org/Ventura USD. We have all of the facts and true transparency about what has been going on here at VUSD. As a result of the school board's incompetence and years of poor financial decisions, everyone on this half of the room is being asked to shoulder their burden and absorb layoffs and cuts. We've already had 196 layoffs. Tonight, the board is proposing additional layoffs. The board can still reject these layoffs. If they approve it, that is a deliberate choice. We are asking you to do the right thing tonight. This is not about one bad year. This is a pattern of failed stewardship, a loss of public trust. This is why accountability is justified. It is up to us, all of us, to hold the school board and all of our administrators accountable. That is why the school board should be recalled. Thank you. Yes, it's true. It's important. That is why the school board should be recalled. When the crisis was known, leadership failed to act, while the people at the top continued to benefit. Educators, school support staff, and students all suffered. We already have over 1,500 signatures. Please visit change.org/Ventura USD. The school board needs to
30
be
seconds.
recalled. It's time.
Courtney Hayes, followed by Cameron DeYoung, followed by Joanna Rivas.
Good evening. I know firsthand that sports are the foundation of a large number of your students' well-being, creating a synergy that drives their academic success. I am here because the Packers are succeeding where this district's bureaucracy is failing. My 7-year-old son has a 504 and faces significant hurdles in the classroom and school environment. Yet his first season with the Packers, his focus and academic performance have seen astronomical improvements, results documented by his own teachers. Yet when the season ends, the struggles resurface, where this bureaucracy is failing. Yet in his first season with the Packers, it is documented. The Packers provide the discipline and overall well-being that your $1 million counseling Band-Aid random visits with my son cannot. It is a stunning fiscal hypocrisy to spend millions of dollars on 26 counselors while extracting predatory 5-figure fees from a community program doing the heavy lifting your staff lacks the capacity to handle. You claim these fees are cost neutral, but what is the true cost to our kids? You happily harvest the glory of high school football, your largest athletic revenue generator, yet you refuse to water its roots. Your trophy cases are filled by Packers legends, some that went on to incredible
30 seconds.
accomplishments in the NCAA and the NFL, winning Super Bowls and national titles such as Freddie Keaho, Jalen Watson, Tyler Ebel, and Roman Fortin, alongside our national championship cheer squads. Hiding behind labor contracts, you're sabotaging your own pipeline. If you can find millions for counseling budgets, you can find the political will to stop treating our children as a profit center for custodial overtime. We are not a nonprofit outside the district.
Time is up. Cameron DeYoung, followed by Joanna Rivas, followed by Audrey Parton.
Hi, everyone. I'm Cameron, and it's so well known that this financial crisis that we're in at the district has been known for years. The district's own independent audits prove this. And the real issue that we are having is that the people in charge that were supposed to watch out for our district failed to do their jobs. People like Forsyth, like Sabrina Rodriguez, like Dannenberg, like Peterson, who's not here, they had a job and an obligation to act in the best interest of our community, and they did not do so, and that is why they should be recalled. The executives that helped create this problem, people like Greg, people like Gina, people like Sean, and people like Antonio up there are part of the problem. They're the leadership that helped develop, negotiate, and present these obligations, these financial problems to the board that they ultimately approved. And the real issue is that these same executives continue to benefit while the district worsened. For example, Renee Rickards, despite having no business or financial background, is our Chief Innovation Officer. And one of her main jobs at the district is to generate revenue. And since her role in 2020, her compensation has risen by more than $71,000 and currently costs the district over $261,000. In the last 5 years, like I said, her job is to generate revenue. And in the last 5 years, she has generated a total of $1,700 in revenue. And now her entire team is going to be laid off. The Salinas Ranch that which she is responsible for is to be shut down and sold. And while the rest of us are forced to take responsibilities for these people's incompetence, they all get a raise.
Up next, Joanna Rivas, followed by Audrey Parton, followed by Charlie Folks.
Board members, my name is Joanna Rivas. I'm not only the current president of the Ventura Packers Youth Football and Cheer, but also a Packer parent with 2 children in the program this year. I stand before you today representing more than an organization. I represent a family that shows up for our youth, for each other, and for the Ventura community. What we do goes beyond sports. We create belonging, build confidence, and keep our kids connected and supported. The families we serve live here, and their children attend VUSD schools. I am here to do what leaders before me have done, advocate for our youth. In 2025, before our previous president stepped in to advocate, our total charges reached $50,311, $27,000 for practice fields, and $23,311 for game days. This year, our projected costs for practice fields alone are $34,000. To put this into perspective, we are currently paying $107 per hour, while a neighboring city like Oxnard charges approximately $200 per day for use of their stadium. That difference matters. It directly impacts what our families can afford and what we can provide them. We are asking for your support, not just access, but equitable access and equitable, sustainable pricing. Because when cost becomes too high, it's our children who lose opportunities. Our most important ask is for a true partnership with the district, one that reflects the value of youth programs and ensures they remain accessible. We also want to be transparent about ongoing concerns. Last year, a child got injured when we paid for lights and they didn't come on. We're faced with these challenges, and despite our commitment, nothing has changed. We will continue to show up and lead and build a program rooted in safety, growth, and opportunity. But we're asking for a partnership. That's all.
Time is up. Up next, Audrey Barton, followed by Charlie Folks, followed by Kara Miller.
Hi, my name's Audrey Barton. I'm the former president of the Ventura Packers. I'm here tonight to speak about the increased costs and decreased access to practice fields and stadium use for game days. For the most part, we use open grass areas such as outfields and other spaces that are largely unused. When additional fees are imposed by the district, those costs come directly out of what we can provide to the kids. That means fewer resources for safety equipment, reduced quality in uniforms, and increased registration. The primary issues lie in the inconsistency of fees. Some primary issues that affect fees today are the added cost for staffing when custodians are already scheduled on site. Grass spaces have been split into separate pieces, which have doubled and tripled our costs. The stadium use fees jumped from $250 a day or $25 per hour to $107 per hour. That's more than a 400% increase in 1 year. From our perspective, those fees do not respect true incremental costs tied to our use. For similar access in neighboring districts, youth programs are paying roughly $2,500 for practice fields this season, for a season. Here in Ventura, we paid nearly $14,000 for comparable use. I can book a game day right now in Facilitron for about $1,300 at Oxnard High School, but for Larrabee Stadium, the cost is $2,900. The initial quote for practice fields for this upcoming season is over $31,000. The impact is significant. The difference is not sustainable. It prices us out of the district. Due to our limited field access, primarily due to the cost and limited support from VUSD staff besides Coach Garcia, many families, coaches, and even entire teams have already made the decision to leave Ventura and play in surrounding cities that are more cost-effective and provide a welcoming environment and use of the fields. The district already faces issues with declining enrollment. This further pushes kids out of the district even to participate in youth sports. Something has to change. We're not asking for a subsidy or a gift of public funds. We're asking to be charged accurately based on our actual direct costs and ensure that fees align with the intent of the Civic Center Act to charge no more than what it costs the school to allow our use. We want to be partners. We want to keep Ventura kids playing in Ventura. Thank you.
Up next, Charlie Folks, followed by Kara Miller, followed by Richard Lucero.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Fowkes Jr. In 1997, I started as a player for Ventura Packers. I then became a coach while I attended Buena High School. In 2012, I became a head coach, and I've served as pretty much any position on the board that can be served. Ventura Packers was established in 1967. This is our 60th anniversary. We are the longest-running youth sports organization in Ventura County and one of the oldest in the state. Last year, I stood here and thanked you for adjusting your field rates. I approached that conversation with patience and goodwill. This year, I am here because the situation has not improved, and frankly, it's become unsustainable. Let's look at the reality. In 2022, our practice field costs were $2,000. In 2023, they rose to $5,000. In 2024, they rose to $10,000. In 2025, it was $14,000, reduced from the initial quote of $27,000. And to be clear, these are numbers for practice only, not games. We are a nonprofit organization. These rising costs do not hurt a business. They hurt families, kids, and the community. Every dollar we are forced to spend on field fees is a dollar taken away from uniforms, equipment, and opportunities for our athletes. Meanwhile, neighborhood cities are providing full support to their youth programs. Organizations in Oxnard have access to school facilities at a fraction of the cost. Approximately $2,000 for the entire season, while we pay $14,000 for fewer days and no field access. They have access to year-round. They build relationships with athletes early. They provide resources like turf access, weight rooms, and classrooms. We cannot offer the same opportunities, not because we lack commitment, but because we lack support. As a result, we are losing players every year. Families are choosing programs where they're better supported, and those decisions often shape where those athletes attend high school. Beyond cost, there are operational concerns. We are charged an overtime custodial rate for services, and often they're not provided. We often have to call to make sure the bathrooms are unlocked. In one instance,
Time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Faust.
Kara Miller, followed by Richard Lucero, followed by Jason.
Sorry, Mr. Faust. Sorry. Do you have that? I was trying to take notes on what you said. Do you have that data printed out or only on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. If you could please email it.
Kara Miller, followed by Richard Lucero, followed by Jackson Bailey.
Good evening. My name is Kara Miller, Vice President of VUEA and a teacher at Citrus Glen. The district management bargaining team made a choice to divide our unions. The latest strategy, offering a proposal to the certificated union, while withholding it from the classified union is not acceptable. We have always bargained total compensation together, and VUSD knows this. By failing to provide both associations with counterproposals, it sends a very clear message of division. Let me be clear, they will not succeed with this strategy. VUEA will not respond until VESPA receives their last, best, and final offer. VUEA and VESPA remain united and committed to supporting one another. One of the most critical issues before us is the continued push for a hard cap on benefits. A cap on health care benefits simply is not sustainable. It is not responsible and is not fair to the employees who dedicate their lives to serving this district. Health care costs continue to rise year after year. Our salaries will not keep pace with those increases if benefits are capped. That means families will suffer. It means experienced staff will leave. Recruitment and retention will become even harder, and ultimately, students will feel the impact. We need sustainable benefits that protect our future. And again, we will not settle divided. We are a united front. That unity is really our strength, and it is what will carry us forward. Thank you.
Richard Lucero, followed by Jackson Bailey, followed by Thomas Favreau.
Hello, my name is Richard Lucero. I'm a board member for the Ventura Packers. Beyond costs, there's operational concerns. We are charged overtime custodial fees for services that are often not provided. Bathrooms are frequently locked, requiring us to make calls just to gain access in one instance. The lights did not come on during a game. After every practice at Ventura High this year, I personally secured the facility at the end of the practices, so I have asked what exactly are we paying for. There has been instances where we've been removed from unused fields when school was not in session and no activities were taking place. That is difficult to understand, especially when our goal is simply to give kids a place to train and grow. At the same time, other programs received waived fees for events like Friday Night Lights, while other organizations is charged thousands for limited access. The inconsistency is concerning. I say this respectfully, but directly, this is not a level playing field. Ventura Packers has been serving this community for nearly 60 years. We are not asking for special treatment, we're asking for a fair treatment. Because at the end of the day, this is not about an organization, this is about the kids. And I'm pretty sure all y'all got kids, so this is important.
Jackson Bailey, followed by Thomas Favreau, followed by Maria Barrios.
It's Favreau. This is like the 20th time I've had to correct it.
I apologize. I'm doing my best with the lots of people that are here. I, too, have a very difficult name that most people don't pronounce correctly. I will try and remember next time. If you'll see me, I'll make sure I write it phonetically. Jackson, followed by Thomas, followed by Maria.
Hello again, I'm Jackson Bailey, and you might remember me from the last meeting in March. To recap, I'm a student at VACE. I'm a 2017 graduate of Foothill Technology. I attended Ventura College, receiving 2 associate's degrees. I completed the Network Service Technician course at VACE. I'm CompTIA A+ certified, Net Plus certified. I'm currently enrolled at the 3D Modeling and Design Drafting program at VACE, promised a certification in AutoCAD and SolidWorks. My instructor, Scott Collins, has been an integral role in helping me get my certifications, and I am projected to be finished in November. As I addressed last time, I'm concerned for my ability to complete my course after the decision was made to discontinue it and funding was ceased for the program. I have discussed my options with Dr. McNutt and Sean Bell. What they provided initially didn't meet my requirements. I was offered a refund for my tuition, which I had already paid, and I was offered other classes in substitution, but these options just don't suffice, and I declined. I don't enjoy bringing up facts about myself, but I was diagnosed with ADHD by a doctor at a very young age, and as I've gotten older, my symptoms have been more consistent with being on the autistic spectrum. By coincidence, or sheer luck, Scott Collins is very experienced at working with individuals on the autistic spectrum. He is incredibly talented at explaining the course material in a way that I'm able to understand, and without him, I don't think I would be doing as well as I am. Scott provided extended class hours to allow me to become more productive in my course, and just last week I spent 11 hours straight working in AutoCAD to finish a lesson in a timely manner. Recently, I have been talking with Dr. McNutt, and we proposed the possibility of having Superintendent Dr.
30
Castro
seconds.
visit VASE AutoCAD and SolidWorks classroom in May so that he may speak to us, the students, directly. I'm hoping that this is true so that we could come to an agreement that satisfies all of our needs. Dr. McNutt has been very helpful in helping us navigate this difficult time, and I thank him for that. I'm speaking with their permission and on the behalf of the other students, Corey, Ryan, Joseph, and Eric, when I say communicating with Superintendent Dr. Castro face-to-face in our classroom would ease our minds. The attitude of the class has been consistently solemn over the past few months with how vague the handling of this predicament is. All of us are
Time is
worried,
up.
and, well, we just want you there. Thank you, and hope you have a good evening.
Thomas, followed by Maria, followed by, and again, we apologize, but we can't read the writing, Daniel Kublias.
Okay, good evening, board members, district management, as well, and the wonderful and strong VUEA and VESPA members in this room, the hundreds in the overflow room, and the many more watching online. We will not be divided and will fight together. Without each other and every member of both unions, our district will suffer and struggle to maintain the positive impacts on our students. From keeping the facilities clean and functioning, students supported and educated, and families believing that the district management and the board members have their best interests at heart. Each union member is important. Last week, the state Senate approved a new budget that includes an increase of $3.6 billion with a B from the original $2 billion back in January, equaling a total of $5.6 billion. For our district of 14,644 students and a rough increase of $500 per student, that equates to over a $7,322,000 in increased funding. I ask that you reconsider the proposed cuts based on this information and take time to analyze other ways to save money and not put it on the backs of the employees. If you continue to go down this path, your employees will continue to be burnt out and will not be able to take on more. When workers are tired, they miss important details that can lead to severe issues, opening up the district for liability. Staff reduces innovation, negatively impacting their effect on students. And this increase in demand reduces the desire of great educators and staff to come here, lowering the product we can produce, all of which pressures families to move to other districts, further exacerbating the struggles of our district that we are facing. Thank you.
Maria, followed by Daniel, followed by Michael A.
Hello, district leadership. My name is Maria Barrios, and I am the bilingual school counselor at Data Middle School. I am here to share data on what our counseling program is doing and the impact we are making for our students. In January, our counseling team delivered in-class lessons on conflict management and resolution strategies in PE classes. We reached 502 students. These lessons equip students with essential skills to navigate challenges, build healthy relationships, and contribute positively to our school environment. In February, we hosted our college and career fair. We welcomed businesses and community partners, especially from our Avenue community. So thank you to all of the parents that showed up and our businesses on the Avenue. Your presence and engagement provided students with real-world perspectives and inspiration. Additionally, the counselors also hosted college and career lessons. We gave tiered lessons for 6th through 8th grade students, reaching, again, 502 students. In March, we relaunched our targeted small group interventions, as we do every fall and spring. We provide small group support for substance abuse awareness, at-risk youth, and offer guidance through friendship as well. So in this month, we also visited EP Foster. Our AVID program visited EP Foster.
30 seconds.
All our 6th through 8th grade students read to 1st and 3rd grade students in small group. Really, why I'm here today is just to highlight some of the things that our counseling program is doing for our students, and we really want to continue that support at Data. And most importantly, I'm just here to thank our families, our support staff, our classified staff, our certificated staff, because without their help, we would not be able to do all of this. VUEA and VESPA will not be divided. Thank you.
Daniel, followed by Michael A., followed by Nadia Herrera.
60 years that the Packers have been in this town, and there's a true disconnect with the board and the community for the Packers organization. Good evening. My name is Daniel, and I'm proud to stand here today as a former Ventura Packers player, a parent, and a coach. Last year, I had the privilege of serving as an assistant coach for my son's bantamweight team, while my daughter proudly represented the organization in cheer. This program isn't just something I'm a part of. It's a part of who I am. The Packers are about more than sports. We build dignity, honor, discipline, respect, mentorship, community for our local kids. We are asking for a true partnership with this district. The families we serve live here, and our program should be supported fairly. Right now, the costs are a major challenge. Last year, far higher than the surrounding programs. And behind the scenes, our board members are putting in an incredible amount of time and effort handling approvals, paperwork, logistics, just to secure fields. And it's a massive job, and it shouldn't be this difficult to provide a place for the kids to play. Today, I challenge this board, this district, to have the same honor and dignity, discipline, and respect and sense of community as our program, Ventura Packers, does for our kids.
30 seconds. Michael A. Michael A. Okay, we'll skip Nadia. As we talked earlier, because you're talking on more than one item, we're going to go to 1 minute for this particular item. Just give me 1 moment to change the timer. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Nadia Herrera, VESPA Secretary, and I've been with this district for almost 14 years. We are at a crossroads. The district's current proposal doesn't just fall short on numbers. It's an attempt to test our resolve. They are betting that they can divide us from our sister union, that if they pit one group's needs against the other, we'll crumble and settle for less. But they've miscalculated. We aren't just separate units on a spreadsheet. We are a backbone of these schools. Whether you are in the classroom, the front office, or keeping our facilities running,
30 seconds.
We are one community. An injury to one is an injury to all. If the district continues to try to attempt to pin us against each other, they aren't just hurting the trust between them and our members. They are turning their backs to students and families we serve. We stand shoulder to shoulder alongside our VUA brothers and sisters to continue the fight for our essential rights. We will not be traded off, and we will not be silenced. We are united, we are fed up, and we aren't going anywhere. VUA and VESPA will not be divided.
President Forsythe, that's all of the public comment we have at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Make sure some of the folks who are leaving, so I want to make sure they're okay. We're good. Okay, so next, moving on, we got public hearings. Dr. Castro.
Okay, Dr. Mirza, if you wouldn't mind reading.
Yeah. Notice is hereby given that the Governing Board of Ventura Unified School District will hold a public hearing to consider input from members of the public regarding the proposed adoption of a developer fee justification study and a proposed increase to the statutory school facility fee, level 1 fee on the new residential and commercial/industrial development as authorized by the State Allocation Board. The hearing will take place on April 21st, 2026. Adoption of the developer fee justification study and the proposed increase of the level 1 fee are necessary to fund the construction and modernization of school facilities required to accommodate students generated by new development within the district. Members of the public were invited to submit written comments on or before April 21st, 2026, or to appear and provide comments in person at the public hearing scheduled for 6 p.m. on April 21st, 2026 at the following location: Ventura Unified School District, 255 West Stanley Avenue, Suite 100, Ventura, California, 93001.
We did not receive any public comment cards on this.
Okay, so President Forsythe, the staff makes the recommendation that we open the public hearing. Since there is no public comments, then we can immediately close the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item. We have moved up to, I should say, 4 agenda items. 15A1, and then we have 15A2, and then 16E1 and 16E2 before the action item, correct? Okay. 15E1 and 15E2. I got them backwards. Okay. Dr. Castro.
All right, I'll hand this over to Dr. Bayless and your team. Thank you.
And just to clarify, 16A1 is where we're starting?
Correct. 16A1.
Excellent. Perfect. It is my pleasure to introduce Director of Educational Services, Karen Hoost, who will be welcoming all of those involved in the anti-bias, anti-racist grant to report out their work.
Good evening. Before we start our presentation, I just want to take a moment to sincerely thank the staff and families, and especially our student ambassadors, our littles, that stayed rather close to their bedtime to present tonight. So thank you to those of you who were able to stay. And the other group that I would very much like to thank is our Ed Services team, Multicultural Services team, TOSAs. They worked very hard on this grant, both writing and implementing, working with sites, writing last-minute reports accounting for every last dime. Not last minute on our end. They came late. The request came late. But I'm really proud of the TOSAs, the principals, the staff ambassadors, the students, and the families that have worked so hard to make this effort such a success that it's been over the last several years. And it's time for me to be quiet and hand it over to Sarah Gluck-Perez to start us off.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for allowing us this time to speak just very quickly. The adults don't have as much interesting things to say as the students. Could we get the next slide, please? Well, we're coming to the end of our 3-year CDE grant for anti-bias, anti-racist education, and we're just so proud of the work that the students have done, and I think you'll be inspired to see when you hear from them this evening. I'd like to bring Deanna Lomax to the front, another TOSA that was instrumental in this 3-year grant from the CDE. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, in 2023, Dr. Castro brought to us this grant opportunity, and we took advantage of the opportunity to reach out to Dwight Rogers from Conejo, who had already gotten the grant, and Rini, Sol, Sarah, and I looked at what they had done and built on it, and we were really happy to find out that we got $200,000 for student-led initiatives and for professional development. And we worked with a variety of partners, including VCOE, the ADL, Compassionate Systems. And for those of you who don't know about Compassionate Systems, it was developed at MIT, and it's about cultivating empathy and understanding across groups, and also systems thinking. So thinking about how we show up in spaces, what we bring to the social generative field, how we need to not make assumptions from selected data, but really think deeply about systemic issues and not go up the ladder of inference too quickly, and try to get to the root cause of issues in our systems. And this is what we brought professional development to students and adults, the same PD that are the adults, the educator ambassadors got, the student ambassadors also received. Next slide. And so we were awarded the grant in 2023, and 6 schools signed on immediately, and we really want to thank the educators from those schools who made a 3-year commitment to work with us through developing and shifting culture to be more loving and inclusive. And Foothill signed on. They heard about what was happening and signed on in the 2nd year. And the Ethnic and Social Justice Studies Steering Committee became the ad hoc oversight committee for this group. And in 2024, we kicked off. And with over 90 student ambassadors, we went to Will Rogers to get training from the ADL and to VCOE to learn from Compassionate Systems. And then students started their student-led projects. They were told they would each site would get $7,500. And this was a shift for teachers as well in terms of pedagogy. They were thinking, what does it mean to be truly pupil-initiated effort? And that meant that there was no hierarchy between the thoughts of students and the thoughts of adults. And we gave them a template developed by professors at CSUCI to do inquiry. And we knew we were onto something when we heard compassionate system folks ask fourth graders, how are you collecting data? And the fourth graders said, focus groups. And I said, okay. So students were collecting data, analyzing data, making budgets, and then proposing actions and implementing actions. So really exciting. We're going to hear their projects. Their projects came to life this year, and our efforts aren't finished. We're going to continue. Some of the ways that we spent the funds will keep this work alive in our district for years to come. Some of the things that we learned along the way were the importance of multi-age collaboration, giving opportunities for students to be mentors. Also, the importance of building relationships so that when we talk about restorative approaches, there's something to restore if those relationships are built. If you look up in the upper right-hand corner, the students on the mats, after that experience, students said to us, why can't school always be like this, right? Which is a great question, right? And a lot of what we did had to do with that systems awareness and a lot of reflection and dialogue with students.
Okay, and here tonight, and we would like to thank tremendously the teacher ambassadors and student ambassadors from Mound Elementary, Will Rogers Elementary, Cabrillo Middle School, Lemon Grove, Foothill Tech, Ventura High School, and Pacific High School. They committed to us for 3 years. Some of those students wrapped up to the next school as well, and the multi-grade level collaboration was really unbelievable, something I haven't seen in this field and I've been in it for a long time. So first off, we're going to start with Mound Elementary, letting you know about their student-led projects.
And folks from Mound went home, they needed to get in bed, so they were ready, they had to leave a little early. So they wanted you to know that what they did was that they gave surveys to students and staff, and what they found out was that some students felt left out, especially during recess. And so they decided to focus on increasing students' sense of belonging. And to do this, they had lunchtime buddy activities, and they used their grant money to order supplies like games and art supplies, and to purchase culturally diverse books to read at lunch. And they feel that their lunchtime buddy activities have been working to improve students' sense of belonging, and they've seen students participate and have seen many students make new friends. Okay, next up.
Next, Will Rogers, come on up.
Hello, my name is Marina. And my name is Ansel. Our teacher ambassadors were Andrew Maxwell and Clarissa Melgosa. We are the student ambassadors of Will Rogers Elementary School. First, we added 2 murals at our school site so that students can constantly be reminded that they are welcome and hopefully prevent bullying and racism. Since the mural has been added to our school, we have seen an increase in students feeling happy at our site, from 59% prior to the mural being added to now 63%.
While we know this is not a huge increase, we know small changes can add up to big results. We also gave all of our teachers a set of diverse and inclusive children's books, and 83% of students have reported that the teachers have used these books in the classroom.
Our goal is to continue to uplift and highlight others even after the end of these 3 wonderful years in the program.
Thank you for this opportunity to get rid of racism in our school and communities.
Thank you so much.
Next up, Cabrillo Middle School, come on up.
Hi, I'm London Pointner.
I'm Kate Polito.
And our teachers, student ambassadors were Mrs. Klein
and Miss Linton.
Last year, after collecting data, we found that hate speech was a significant issue on our campus. Almost 90% of students reported hearing this language often or occasionally, and only 15% of those students admitted to using slurs and hate speech. From that data, we also learned that about 52% of students do not say anything when hearing hate speech.
Within our ABAR groups, we came up with the idea of 8th grade ABAR ambassadors going into all history classes to educate our peers about the ABAR project, the work we have done, and the importance of kindness and inclusivity. We created a presentation that we are sharing with all of the 940 Cabrillo students.
In these presentations, we have given tools and ideas to practice using when they hear hate speech. We have shared how they can anonymously report it, also giving healthy examples of what they can say if they are exposed to hate speech and if they are comfortable speaking up.
We have taught the Cabrillo students that it doesn't take much to speak up against hate speech and that their voice is the most important. One of our main goals is to get students to speak up when they hear hate speech.
Thank you for your time.
Next, Lemon Grove.
Hello, my name is Ellie Rico, and I'm here with
Celeste Serran.
And we'd like to thank you for this opportunity and all the great things you've given us. And we're here to tell you about the many accomplishments and achievements we managed to achieve, which I'll leave over to Celeste.
At Lemon Grove, we implemented a safer reporting system to help encourage people to show kindness. In this reporting system, students will be nominated by peers and recognized with the Heart of Honor Award. Another thing to mention is with the help of ABAR, we've been given the opportunity to have motivational speakers for our 3rd through 8th grade students, most notably being motivational speaker Keith Hawkins.
At our school, we have a tradition of Phoenix Friday, which consists of an assembly between our K-8 students, where we've been able to facilitate multiple social and emotional learning games to help our younger students better understand their feelings and emotions. And finally, and one of, I think, the best parts of this program, is that we as ABAR students have been given the opportunity to volunteer in classrooms to educate our younger students through books about diversity and different cultures, not only helping form connections, but also educate our younger students. Thank you again.
Next is Foothill High School.
Hello, my name is Fiona Alenta,
Hello, I'm Angel Sanchez.
and we're representing Foothill Technology for our ABAR situation. So we started 2 years late, not 2 years late, sorry, we entered 2 years ago, which was a year late, so we had some work to get done. We put out a survey and that conducted that 90% of people responded to the survey out of our whole school's population, and 30% of those people said that they did not feel represented and properly included in school activities. And a good percentage of this survey, around 40% or a little bit more, was Latinx communities and are part of that population. So we wanted to focus primarily on that group of people and help them feel more included. So using our grant money, which we spent $7,585, we created the Dia de los Muertos event, which was put on by our Be Heard Club in collaboration with us. They did a fantastic job and gathered a lot of students in. We had live music, we had events, we had raffles. It was a great event. We also had a Be Heard Baile, which was our first of its kind. Everyone loved it. We had a really good impact from students. Live music again. We had local vendors, and we had food that was sold as well from local food vendors as well. We had a field trip to the Museum of Tolerance in LA. I had an amazing time at that field trip. I learned a lot. And then we also had a Chinese American Museum field trip. Overall, these events have been very helpful to our school's community and have brought us all together further. And I'd like to say thank you for the money that we've been able to spend, and it's further impacted our school in ways that I can't even imagine. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
I'm going to speak about Pacific High School. I was fortunate enough to be working with those student ambassadors, and as you know, those students often come in and then maybe return to their high school. So they've been able to take their learning with them. And as you can see, one of the highlights for all of our student groups was, again, that multi-grade level collaboration where many students at different sites may not have seen themselves as mentors in the past, and they've really found connections where no matter their age, they were building relationships, and I think Pacific students were able to find community in that sense as well with us. And these are pictures from the Ventura County Office of Education, and that the young ladies in the corner, there's one of the pictures. I forgot to mention that Pacific students also were our recorders, so they took photos for us as well. But groups like that just kept in touch throughout the 3-year grant and really built those relationships that I think are part of one of the most special things about the entire process. Ventura High School.
Hi everyone, my name is Crystal Salazar Garcia. I'm a senior at Ventura High School this year.
I'm Henry Matisich. I'm a junior at Ventura High School this year. And we want to start off by saying that 3 years ago, so my freshman year, our ABAR team got assembled by multiple counselors at our school, and we really covered the widespread corners of Cougar Country to try to get as many diverse thoughts as we can in this group because we thought that was essential. And then we were able to go attend multiple district training sessions and brainstorm ways to eliminate the biases and racism that we know is on our campus.
So we knew we wanted to target racial bias and prejudice in a way where future generations of VHS students can also experience this learning opportunity. With the help of our librarian, Miss Fallon Faroki, we decided to use our grant money to order numerous books with themes based on different cultures, ethnic backgrounds, and the qualities that make us different, but that creates a diverse and unique academic environment. We have planned to place these books in our wellness center and our library in order to reach the most populated spots on our campus. Our overall goal is to create a safe space that promotes education on bias and prejudice in order to reduce the number of it that occurs at our school. At some point, we'd like to encourage their presence in the classroom as well, whether it be on a bookshelf, as a recommendation from their teachers, or as a learning resource. We want to thank our advisor, Ms. Polito, for her support, Ms. Durkee for starting us on this journey, and once again, Ms. Fallon Faroki for her perspective and collaboration. Thank you all.
And as we know, we never arrive in this work. It's not like, okay, racism's done now, right? This work continues. We're working to shift culture continuously, knowing that we all have bias and we all have work to do, and that work starting with self is really important. But now we have groups of ambassadors, over 90 ambassadors across grade levels who will continue this work, and we will continue it as well. We have guest speakers who are now partners with us that we can work with in the future. We have spent the money that was left over, we used for lesson creation from TK to 12. That will go on our website and can be used with a focus on ABAR practices and procedures and cultural diversity. We have an established partnership now with even deeper relationship with the Museum of Ventura County, and we bought sets for our ethnic and social justice studies courses of the oral history books from the Ventura Museum. And we just continue to shift climate in line with the board goal of making more inclusive, loving spaces, educational spaces. And so much gratitude. We have to say thank you to Joey for keeping us honest with the books and making sure that we are using our categorical funds correctly, and Rosa Salcido as well for, she did every contract and every purchase, and we're grateful. So thank you all for this opportunity, and thanks to our amazing student ambassadors.
Alrighty, thank you. Board comments, questions?
Not a question, but I'd just like to thank all the students that came tonight. Thank you for sharing. We really appreciate it.
So I think we only have Foothill and Cabrillo students still left. I actually did have a question. You guys are all bolting really quick. So I actually had a chance to go when you guys first started at VCOE on the yoga day, and it was so interesting to see the progression because I've also had a chance to finish some of your later sessions, and just to see your growth as students and your partnership with much younger students. Like, I was just curious for you personally, like what are some of the things you felt like you got out of it and that you're taking with you as you move forward into like your next phase of things? If you want to share, don't feel obligated.
I would absolutely love to. So Marina, who was up here a little bit earlier ago, I met her, I think, a year back at the first event I attended. And I got in a small group with her because the whole thing was when you break out into small groups, you're not supposed to be with someone in your grade, for someone from your school. So I was with her and 2 other students. And the questions were like, okay, talk about like something you're excited for. And the first thing we sat down, she goes, do you know what racism is? And I go, I want you to tell me. What do you, like, let's talk about it. And we had like a great conversation, and it was so interesting because she's a 5th grader now, but at the time she was 4th. And she was explaining to me how upset it makes her that students at her school are using language that is upsetting her and her friends, and how she wants to make a bigger impact on that. And I didn't like not think that these students were thinking that at that age, but it definitely was a surprise, and I was just so proud to hear that they were like really passionate about this and wanted to continue this. So I think just the passion I've seen from all grades, from elementary, from middle, and from high school, and how we each are working towards a common goal has been such an important part of this program, and that's what I'm very grateful for. No?
I guess I would say the same thing of just seeing how inspired they are and how, I guess, woke they are, of like how these new events that are going on. They just are so informed. They're passionate, like she said, to help our school and their schools and just see a better community throughout their playgrounds, literally, yeah.
Do you feel like it also gave you some tools to address the things that you see? Like one of the things I thought was really interesting is listening to the conversations around like, okay, well, what do you do if it's, you know, a student that you hear say something? What do you do if it's a staff member? What do you do if it's someone's parent, right? Like knowing how to address those biases that we all have and that you hear come out at schools and everywhere in the community, right? Like, but how do you have the skills to now like address it in a way that's, you know, building a bridge and like making an opportunity rather than just like, you know, causing conflict, right? Like, because I felt like that was really something cool that you guys spent time on.
So something that we learned a lot about was the two things. Was a ladder of inference and then the iceberg method, and kind of working your way down from that, and how bias comes in and it affects the problems that people are talking about. And I feel like that, talking about those things and thinking about why people may be saying these things and why people feel the need to be saying these things really gave me perspective on how I can further like help the situation. So when I first found out about ABAR was because of the reporting method that apparently all schools were implemented, but not a lot of staff and students knew about. And it was when you're hearing a racial slur and you feel uncomfortable by it, you go to a teacher fills out a form, and that's where the process begins, and it goes to ABAR. And a lot of students and teachers didn't know anything about this, and I thought it was just interesting that this program teaches you the way to work up from that of when you hear it, and then what you can do to help change the problem, and not just immediately like a slap on the wrist and be like, no, like, don't say that, and then no follow-up. It's a continuous follow-up that continues and making sure that students are realizing that what they're saying is wrong, and here's how you can learn from it. And I learned that from us.
Okay, I won't put you guys on the spot anymore, but I did want to just say one other thing. Ms. Lomax and Ms. Gleck-Perez, they're back there somewhere, right? I mean, you guys have really led this work. It's something that I think everyone in our district should be super proud of, the work to, you know, build community, have voices be heard and respected, and to really work towards what it looks like to have meaningful conversation with people you disagree with, right? Like being able to work through those things is super important. We know it's important now. It will be important in 20 years. And I just want to thank you guys for continuing that.
I would just add what you guys have been able to do over 3 years with only $200,000 is miraculous. And not only that, but you've made foundational change. And even especially for those of you that are seniors and you're going to be going off, like you have made foundational change that is going to keep giving while you are all off being successful in other areas of your life. So thank you so much for your commitment, not just to your school, but to the younger students who are going to be moving up and filling your role. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to concur with my colleagues. I think it's wonderful that you're taking this approach as a restorative process, right? You know, as a middle school teacher, you hear a racial slur, the automatic, it's an emotion, right? You treat it as a behavior versus a conversation, and that's what I love about you guys. You all are really having this peer-to-peer educational part that we can't really duplicate as teachers. You have more of an impact than we do in this field. So I really do appreciate your work. Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just finish. Hearing you talk makes it really clear that I know that in that training from MIT, you hear about like system sensing, right? Like what are all the tools and ways that we figure out how our environment is shaping our behavior? And so thank you for calling attention to that, and then also sharing about the stories about how you address that, because you know bias and racism are everywhere, but how it takes shape in the district and what you can do about it and what we can do as a system is really inspiring. So thank you, and also to not just the staff that are here, but I also know that this work continues, and I want to call attention to some of the people who are here continuing to work with the County Office of Ed as they develop the system to support this work going forward across the county. So again, thank you to everybody involved.
If I could add something just real quick.
Absolutely.
I'm not very well versed on budgeting and all that type of stuff, but I do just want to say if there's ever an opportunity where you can spare some of this money to work towards a program like this again, this is my last year here, but this program has done great things the 3 years that it's been running. So I highly urge you, if there's any chance for this to resurface again, please take that initiative and try to get that again, because this has been amazing from elementary to high school. So thank you again.
Alrighty, so thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back at 8:23. That's 8:23, 10-minute break. Thank you. Alrighty, welcome back. We're going to move on to our next conference item, which would be 16A2, the elementary math curriculum adoption process update. Dr. Castro.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Bayless. Go ahead and
All
take
right.
it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Castro. President Forsyth, my pleasure to introduce once again Karen Hoos, who's going to take the first series of slides to give the board and the public an update on our current elementary math curriculum adoption process and the status of our pilot. Karen, take it away.
Next slide. All right, good evening. This is just kind of a recap of the information that we brought in December when we were beginning to talk about having the pilot. Just kind of talking about the timing. We had to pivot a little bit because our current math expressions publisher is discontinued. When we pushed to say, yeah, but what would it look like if you were to go into your warehouse and just give us books for one more year, right? So that we could pilot then the next year out. We were quoted $327,000 for probably getting most of what you need, which really isn't a viable option. Knowing that multi-year contracts come in much closer to $250,000 with, going down to number 2, the updated California math framework in mind, right, which is really obviously important. So then the approved curriculums came out in December, and which indicated we could move. And then the last and most important piece up there is that our data indicates a serious need for a math focus. We know that our fabulous teachers work hard, and we see language arts every year value added. A few more kids become proficient all the way through until they graduate. The same teachers working just as hard are not getting those results for math. So what that means is we need to shift and give them new resources and materials and training to approach things differently. So we got moving. Next slide. Annie.
So we started last year working with the Ventura County Math Leadership Network and VCOE, and through that we saw the 23 curriculums that were approved. We started looking at them in December, but at that point we have gone through all these different guiding documents to help make our rubric and our district vision, and we narrowed it down to 6, and we brought those 6 to the pilot committee, so in that way we could use our district rubric to go through those remaining 6 options. All right, next slide. And then we started our process, and we put out an invitation for teachers to fill out a survey to become part of the pilot committee. And then we went through them because we were trying to get as much as we could from different sites, different grade levels, combo classes, non-combo classes, DLI, SPED, to have as much representation through the district as possible. And then we sent confirmations to those and had our first meetings in January.
So shout out to the actual elementary math pilot committee. You can see our names, roles, and kind of location up there. Like Annie said, going through all of those applications and looking at them through a wide variety of lenses. We have teachers represented, classroom teachers from grades K through 5, 2 principals who are both former TOSAs, math specialist and technology specialist, 12 sites out of 17. Varied math expertise. We have very long-term veteran teachers who are part of the Ventura County Math Council. We have newer teachers passionate about math. We tried to get kind of a wide spectrum of teaching experience. Title I sites, non-Title I. It was very important to us that we get 3 combination classes. With that reality being what it is, we wanted to know how publishers would respond to us and how their materials would support a teacher being asked to teach math in a combination class. All dual language sites are represented, and each of the grades where a teacher would be teaching in Spanish are also represented. We have special education represented through a RSP K through 5 teacher at Elmhurst who works with grades K5 is piloting, and then also SDC class. Shout out to Stacy Whitaker who's piloting it in her SDC classroom. And then in addition to that, we also invited our special ed program specialists from autism, deaf and hard of hearing, and specialized academic instruction to be part of the trainings from the companies, the curriculum review, to observe teachers teaching, provide feedback, ask questions, and just kind of help guide the process as well. So this group has been hard at work ever since the day they were notified in January.
Karen, or maybe, I don't know who the question is best suited to, but I was just curious if you could talk about the difference between like a dual language use of this versus like what it looks like to use it for an EL, not in a TWI kind of environment.
Typically, at the dual language sites, the way our program allocation works at our dual language sites, math is taught in Spanish in kindergarten, first grade, and second grade. So your entire math curriculum is taught in Spanish. So for example, it's important that your TEs also be in Spanish, that your resource materials, that the videos, both for teacher support and student support, all the interface materials be in Spanish, right? In a classroom that is not dual language with a lot of multi-language learners, some of those components could also be important. Maybe a newcomer, family communication, all those things would be important. But really what you're looking for are supports that allow the student to access English. So you're looking for sentence frames and vocabulary banks and engagement strategies and those types of things. So it's just kind of a different lens.
So in some of these non-dual language environments, you're piloting, because that wasn't one of the things that was included on your list, right? Like of who's represented. So I just was curious. We are using this in classrooms that have a significant number of English learners so that we can see also for them.
Absolutely, 1,000%. So Sunset has a huge Spanish-speaking population. Sheridan Way in the older grades, Montalvo in the older grades, we're still phasing out dual language, so those kids are also part of it. Absolutely, every site in VUSD has multilanguage learners, and there's a real intentional mix of Title I and non-Title I. They don't always overlap, but many times they do. So we got them together. We gave them some reading materials, some reading homework, and we organized a day-long publisher presentation with the 6 curriculums we were looking at. Each publisher got about 45 minutes to come out. We went over all of our rubrics, all of our informational documents to what we were looking for, what our look-fors, non-negotiables, all those things were. We had our presentations from the publishers, and then we began deliberating. At that first initial discussion and survey, it became clear right away that Innovamat was going to be one of our pilots. Over 75% of the committee chose it as their first or second choice. So we moved that one to the side. We were able to get rid of 2 right away, did not meet what the committee felt. So then the remaining 3, we worked a little bit deeper with the companies. We had some more meetings. We did some surveys, had a couple of good moments, some good long discussion moments, different viewpoints. And we're really happy to identify Amplify as the other curriculum that would kind of balance out the process. So Innovamat and Amplify, there they are. We've had the curriculums on display at the ESC the entire time. They're upstairs now. Curriculum review and question answer, we have planned for 5-1 and 5-6 from 2 to 4 for all VUSD staff who would like to come and see the materials. And then we're also putting it out for also all VUSD staff, but families. We're inviting to come. That we did have to change. It's not the McAuliffe room. It's probably better anyway. It's actually just the ESC lobby. We'll be down there on the evening of 5/19 from 5:30 to 6:30. Annie, a couple of teachers, all the materials out with some comment cards to leave, thoughts, insights, questions for the public to come and go through the 2 materials. Okay, next slide. And our very special guest, piloting teacher herself. Come on up.
Well, thank you. It's a nice introduction. My name's Megan Eckerson. I teach at Sunset. I'm a first grade teacher there, and I am on the math piloting committee. Thank you for accepting me. So for me, I think overall this experience so far, because we're not done yet, has just been a really good learning opportunity. There's been a lot of embedded days of coaching and professional learning. So no matter which one we go with, I feel like I've already grown as a teacher, so it's been a great opportunity for me. The framework is really is rooted in equitable practices and making sure that it's accessible for all students, no matter where you are in your learning. And I think that for me, what's really been a big learning for me is the conversational piece that's in the framework, and that's been embedded in both curriculums so far. And so, let's see, I guess you can go, oh no, you can stay, this one, yeah, Innovamat. Innovamat, they came out and did some coaching, which was really great. They came into my classroom and modeled a lesson, which was amazing. They are so welcoming, and they really worked hard with our combo. We have 2 combo teachers at my school site who are on the piloting committee, and there was some learning curves, but they were really accommodating and wanted to improve how they address those combo classes, so that was nice to see. And let's see, I want to make sure I cover all of it. Yeah, now you can go to the next one. And so here's a Innovamat in action. We already had our full 6 weeks of the Innovamat, so we are finished piloting that curriculum, but you can see this is one of our combo classes up here in the top left corner and in the top right corner. And then I'm not sure about the middle one. Different school, yeah. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. And right now, we just finished week 2. We are just beginning week 3 of our Amplify. They're going to be coming out to our school sites to do coaching as well, so I'm looking forward to that because I think I've gotten the most out of those one-on-one moments with their coaches. With Innovamat, they were wonderful, and so I'm excited to see where Amplify takes us. You can, no, actually, you can go back. I'm still, yeah. But for my students, sorry. Please. But my students seem to really be liking it. This whole process has inspired me to switch my desks around. So we're in pods now, and it's really been a great opportunity. I mean, first graders love to talk, and so it's been just a really natural progression in making it productive math conversation. And I can see some of my students who don't always raise their hand. They've figured out a different way to solve the problem, and they're super excited to share that. And then it just kind of naturally like popcorns around. And so it's really neat to see. I'm excited to see where it takes us. So far, so good. Awesome.
All right, this is my jumping in point when it gets to the administrative regulations, and so not the most exciting, but at the end of this, this is an important touch point to invite your comments, invite your questions, invite your input. We'll be back, but I just before I jump into the maybe boring part, I just want to say that I've had the opportunity to observe. I think I'm scheduled to observe Monday, and just seeing the kinds of things that are done in the hands of good teachers who are learning new things. Students it's just incredibly inspiring. The kids can do amazing things in math in the hands of good teaching and with really engaging curriculum, with both of these are. So the administrative regs on this, we're just to let you know, we're following our process. We're following this this roadmap, and I think the central part here is that this consists of a majority of teachers. And if we go back to this slide just for a moment, I really appreciate all the work, Karen and Annie, that you have done to round up this incredibly engaged and diverse group here. So just on a quick count, we have about 6 non-teachers, program specialists, directors, et cetera, and then we have about 18 teachers. Is that about right, roughly? So,
hey, really Greg, if I could interject really quick, I did have a question. Of the teachers, do you have a span of their longevity, like newer teachers, veteran teachers?
Yeah, that was very intentional. So some of the teachers were known for being veteran math experts, part of the Ventura County Math Council, doing PD in math all over the nation. We have one. And then we also made sure to target some newer teachers, because when you adopt that curriculum, the experience, there may be different needs, right? And so just to make sure that everybody had a voice in how supported they felt, what it looked like, that was very intentional to have that wide variety.
I'm glad to hear that, because as a veteran teacher, sometimes I see a program come through and I'm like, oh, we've done that before. Sometimes the veteran teachers also have the perspective of like why we don't choose a curriculum. And then, the flip side of that is I've had several years where I've done a job share, And generally, my partner has been like a fresh out of the gate teacher, and I have learned, to your point, I have learned so much from being able to collaborate with someone who is really like fresh out of the gate, new ideas, new processes, and so I'm really glad to see that.
Yeah, thank you. It has made.
Sorry,
Yep.
could you just?
Sure.
Oh no, not the reg. The really boring part.
Okay. Yes, there we go.
So first, I had a question. Have you, because the adoption of this was so necessary, right? Not only because of the change in the California guidelines, but also because of the lack of available, kind of affordable options for our existing curriculum. Have you found that when you're talking to colleagues that they understand that? Because I know change is hard, right? And anytime we're changing something, we're asking people to learn and try and, explore, and that's always, it takes up time. It takes up mental time. It takes up like planning time, right? And so I was just curious what you're hearing about that.
I just before Annie's got something brilliant to say, I'm sure, but we had to turn people away from the Math Pilot Committee. We had an embarrassment of riches of kinder teachers who were just, they were in there and they wanted it, right? So we really, we had to turn people away. So I do really feel like there is an appetite to get better materials, get more support, get more training, and really have a big impact on student learning in math. I feel that.
I
You
do.
see it?
Yeah, I see it too. And we have also this year talked to the collaborations about framework in this fall and the spring. So that's come around and the shifts in practice. And to your point about old curriculum, people are bringing up investigations that we had a long time ago and how this all seems kind of a mix of what we have plus was long ago. So I think they're seeing it, and yeah, and Kinder's ready for it, man.
And then my question for you, Dr. Balos, is when we adopted this AR, one of the things that I remember many conversations about was the inclusion of parents and guardians in this. And so I was curious, is there a plan to bring some of this to like the PAC or to PTAs for feedback? Like, how are we getting that parent voice in this process?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, that was one of the things I wanted to highlight here is the importance of parents and guardians being involved, and that's a part of the CDE guidance and education code when it comes to adoptions. So most importantly, we have survey processes for parents of our pilot, students engaged in the pilot. And I think it's a survey that provides comparative data on both curriculums, and maybe you can speak a little bit more to that.
The experience of what it was like, how do you see your child's confidence in math? How did you see it? Online practice, homework, did you volunteer in the classroom? Did you talk about math concepts more? So there's it was very good. Annie made it in conjunction with lots of other. One of the things I think should be brought out is how closely she has worked with both VICO and all the other people going through all this process right now. So she's got close friends all over the county, tri-counties now, to really get that feedback and figure out, collaborate on all of the things. So there's a really nice parent survey for all of the parents that were directly involved in both pilots. There's a student survey that I can't wait to see the results on. 4 or 5, we're asking everyone do it. And then the adventurous, Megan, if you're up for it, you can help your first graders. We're really excited to see the student feedback. And then, of course, that evening, right, we're going to send it out on Parent Square. And in that notice that you can come to the ESC and look through the curriculums and talk to the teachers, talk to Annie, talk to me, there's also links. So for the parent that, I got soccer practice that night or whatever, there's going to be at least an online opportunity to check out the curriculums and learn more about them.
And I appreciate you bringing up PAC. That's something that we can certainly consider. I can work with Dr. Kester on that. But I haven't told Karen this yet, but I had thought about our last LCAT meeting is perfectly timed before some decisions are made. So I thought of perhaps sneaking in a little bit of elementary math conversation with our LCAT members as well, because they're very engaged and they can provide good feedback. So any more on this process? So I'll jump to the next part. This is the just an extension of that, and this is just for the benefit of the public to see that our selection process is very itemized and laid out, and this is not VUSD specific. This is really driven by the state, and I know that Karen's been in contact with CDE and CDE materials to make sure that we are conforming to their guidance. And I'll just offer down below one of the things on the bottom. We certainly want to engage the board. That's an important part of this process. So we really do hope at the end of this that we have a conversation about what you see. Certainly we have some teacher expertise in the room, and I saw Trustee Fredericks examining math materials before the board meeting tonight upstairs. But it really is classroom teacher centric. All those other parts are really important. I really appreciate the student feedback. Absolutely possible in elementary. It looks a little different sometimes, but that feedback from students, parent engagement. But thank you again for such a robust teacher-led process. So with that, here's where we're headed. The pilot committee will review all the comparative data, and that's anecdotal data, that's sort of qualitative data from teachers, obviously all of the survey data as well, data that we receive from parents on the open house night, comment cards, et cetera. And then we will, in late May, bring one to recommend to the board. And then in June, there'll be a deliberation, and if there's an approval at that time, we'll move forward with purchasing, and we'll send it over to business services and to that team for purchasing, and we'll work out all of the logistics with respect to distributing that to different sites. And then all the onboarding and the training days come in August, and that's just a start of a long training process. And again, that emphasis on that italicized word there, ongoing throughout the year. And obviously, it's really critical to us is the publisher's engagement and their PD, and I think that that's another key thing about the pilot. We're sort of dating publishers as well as trying curriculum, because that their attention to our needs and their collaboration and willingness and responsiveness are all really important parts of the overall product. Site level family math nights, and I think that this is something that came up in PAC, I recall. So I really appreciate that the team is thinking about that. And then obviously long-term plans, because again, getting back to why are we doing this, aside from the financial piece and aside from the elimination of our current curriculum, we need to improve our math scores. We absolutely need to double down on math, early elementary, in the same way we've done with early literacy, because math is so critical and such a gateway for future success. So happy to now answer any questions, but would invite you to just throw out things that you would like the team to consider as we are just past midway point in the pilot process.
Okay, I have a few questions. One is, and I've served on a pilot program before, and it was at least a trimester for each curriculum. So I'm wondering how your experience has been with only being able to pilot.
Yeah, great question. We've talked about
what is it? It's like a 6-week.
So the CDE talks about a meaningful unit, right? Whether that be a actual unit, right? A unit of mathematical instruction, trimester, whatever it's going to look like. So there's no specific guidance there as long as it's meaningful. So we had, kind of ballparked like a month, whatever we're going to see just because of our timeline. But when we spoke with both publishers, Amplify said, well, we typically see 3 to 12 weeks. 6 to 8 weeks is our sweet spot. So we went with 6. And a Novamat unit is 6 weeks. So that seemed to work out well. Innovamat said the ideal implementation for their pilot is 6 to 8 weeks. And because of our time, we went with 6. But both publishers said that 6 to 8 weeks was what they're seeing, and that fit within our timeline. Megan, do you want to talk to your experience of if you felt like it was complete or?
It's been a crazy ride, I will say that. But yeah, no, I feel like it's a little too early to speak on how it's really gone because we're not done with Amplify yet. But I feel like we've gotten a good view on Innovamat in those 6 weeks. We got to go through a whole unit and do the assessment for that unit and use all of the different aspects of their curriculum in that one full unit. So I'm assuming the same will happen for Amplify. We should be able to get through another unit there and also the assessment for that chapter as well.
That's really great feedback, because that was one of my concerns going into this, knowing that it was a bit of a rushed situation. We're going to make this commitment to a program, and I want to make sure that we are not, forcing a situation. So it's encouraging for me to hear that you are able to interact with all the different pieces, and I love that you're getting the coaching. I think that's so valuable, because a lot of times, even if you're not part of the pilot program, you get a new curriculum and you spend 2 months just trying to figure out, like, where is the book that they keep talking about, So I'm really glad that it's going well so far with the first iteration.
Okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate your work. Looking forward to it. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move back to the front of the agenda, or close to it. Right? Oh, we still have 15. Up 1, that's what it is. Okay, going up 1 to 15E1. Thank you.
All right, good evening, board. We have Ken Reynolds and Marina Viridian. Ken Reynolds is from Schoolworks. He also did our demographic study. He is going to come present to you tonight on our updated developer fee study, along with Marina Viridian.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Castro, President Forsyth, cabinet members. We have 2 resolutions. The first resolution is number 2609. That's to adopt the developer fee study itself. So it supports the collection of, statutory fees at the allowed rates by state allocation board, which are currently at $5.38 for residential and 87 cents per square foot and 87 cents for commercial industrial construction. The last time we have done this kind of study was in 2017. Close to 9 years ago. So in our, it has been high time that we have updated our studies. So that's what we've done with the help of Schoolworks with Ken Reynolds and his company. And we have a presentation for that. And the second resolution would be contingent upon the approval of this first resolution, would be to actually increase the fees. So if and when the study is approved, then we'll have to have another vote for the second resolution. Now I present to you Ken Reynolds.
Good evening. We have a quick oversight of our report that we're presenting for you, and then would love to answer any questions you have. So a few basics. We always like to talk about some of the basics. When we're talking about our developer fee studies, if you read through it, it can be a little challenging to understand because it covers all the different regulations that are required to implement the fees. And so the studies, as was mentioned, it justifies the current rates approved by the State Allocation Board, and they do that every 2 years, so every even year. And so the newest rates are $5.38 and $87 for the residential and commercial projects. This increase that was approved this January of 2026 is a 4.06% increase compared to the rate that was approved back in 2024. So over that 2-year span, we had an average of just over 2% per year in inflation. And then this inflation is not your typical, what's inflation costs, right? What's happening to our grocery costs and things like that. This inflation is directly linked to school construction and facility project costs. So what's it costing to build facilities or to modernize school facilities? This chart here just gives you a quick illustration of how those rates have changed over the years. We've had some years where there's been some slow increases and others where there's been larger increases. Again, it's all linked to what the school construction costs are. So the main reason we do a study is to make sure we're covering all the newest regulations, and the results of any challenges in districts across the state. And so we're looking at what your local student yield rate is. Of course, we also looked at that when we did the demographic study. In the past, probably 10 years ago or so, or maybe even your last study, we used to use the state average for yield rates, but now we're required to use your actual local student yield rates. Another great advantage of doing the study is, right, we understand what the amount of development that's going to be occurring, so you know how many students to anticipate from development, and also, what type of volume we may be getting out of those developer fees. As I mentioned in my last presentation, right, we don't always know exactly how much development, how the housing market's going to look. We could have some great years and some very slow years. And so we are talking about averages in our studies. And then, of course, we want to make sure we're looking at what your current capacity is, what your needs are. And one of the newer requirements is we want to make sure and list what the likely uses of those fees are going to be. Even though that list is in the study, you are not limited to that. If some emergency comes up and you need to focus on a particular project, you're still allowed to do that. This is not like a school bond that you're limited to just those particular projects. The key components that impact whether or not we can justify the full fee looks at the average size home being built. If the average size home is very large, right, we get to collect a lot of money per home because it's a per square foot fee. So if that number was significantly larger than the average in our state, we might not be able to justify the full fee. The other key factor is how many students do we anticipate from each home. There are some communities where those numbers are so low that we can't justify a full fee. Your numbers are pretty typical for most areas in our state. We had an average of 1,945 square feet for the average new housing unit, and we have a yield rate of 0.3041. And so when we did all the calculations, we showed that, if there was not a cap, that you could justify a fee of $5.88. And so you are eligible to request and collect the maximum fee of the $5.38 for residential. Another thing I always like to cover is the allowable uses of developer fees. Historically, districts have used them for building new schools, new wings at schools, new classrooms at schools. That was the very common need back when our state was facing significant growth challenges. But it is allowed to be used for new facility projects, but it's also allowed to be used for modernization projects. As our schools are getting to be 25 years old, 50 years old, now 75 years old, there are significant costs in making sure they last to continue to meet the needs of our students. And so those are allowable uses of those fees. So should you approve the resolutions this evening, there is a 60-day time period before the fees actually go into effect. So the earliest they could go into effect would be June 20th of 2026. Again, based on the information we analyzed and the assumptions that we used in our demographic study for the pace of anticipated construction of new development, you could be collecting close to just about $2.8 million per year. I think the initial years are a little slower. We anticipate the market picking up in the out years. So it is a significant source of funding. Now, obviously, that's just a drop in the bucket compared to what your actual facility needs are, but it is an important resource for the district. And again, the next adjustment won't be until 2028, so this would cover you for about 2 years until the state makes the next adjustment. And with that, I'd love to be able to answer any questions you have.
You said that we're not going to see a lot, well, I'm trying to word this right, but more growth is going to come in the out years versus can you give us any idea how much growth you think we're going to see in the next couple of years?
Well, I wouldn't use the word growth. I'm referring to new development activity. The housing market's still a little slow, but we're anticipating it's going to pick up. So, probably it might be closer to about half that amount, maybe 1.4 million in the first year. Whereas, it could be in the 3 to 4 million range 5 years from now. And so, but the new homes that are being built will generate students. It's just the fact that those new students being added to the district will not adequately offset the fact that there's fewer children being born in the existing homes.
So the developer fee collection historically for us has varied year to year based on the development. So last year we collected about $2.5 million. Year before that, about $2 million. So it goes up and down, ebbs and flows.
Yeah, I think it's
your mind reader.
it seems counterintuitive in a time of declining enrollment to be charging for anticipated new students, right? Because we do have space in our schools for those students, but because of the cost of modernization, right? So, because initially when I saw this, I thought, well, if I'm a developer and I'm looking at this saying, okay, on the one hand, you're complaining about declining enrollment, and on the other hand, you want to charge me to expand your schools that you don't need to expand because of declining enrollment, right? But essentially what we're charging for in this is the modernization of these facilities to be able to keep them in use for the students that will be generated. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so for example, right, so let's say you're facing a $20 million modernization project at one of your schools. But we know development is contributing, just a small portion of that enrollment for that school. And so they're just paying that small percentage of those impacts.
Essentially, we utilize these for like rehabbing our portables, and in the past, that's historically what we've done, as refurbishing our existing buildings, modernization.
And then, so based on your previous comment, we're currently collecting about 2.5 a year. This is projected to go up to 2.8. And these funds are restricted only to use for these modernization projects, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, they're not sitting in the general fund, yeah.
Yeah, they are restricted to school facility projects.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we don't have a comment, so, okay. So we're gonna go ahead, this is
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, moving on to E2, consideration of resolution number 26-10, adopting increase in developer fees on residential, commercial, and industrial development, adoption of California Environmental Quality Act, first read.
I'll move approval.
Actually, I have a question before we get there. So I had a question about, do we ever offer waivers for projects that serve the good of the community? So for example, like 100% affordable, things like that. I know in other communities, it's not uncommon for developers, especially if we see the potential for it to bring in, maybe beyond that percentage that we're anticipating of new students. Has Ventura Unified historically ever offered waivers regarding?
We do have the flexibility to do that. So primary exception is if, someone's trying to build something that's less than 500 square feet or less. But to answer your question directly, in the past 3 years, we've received one request. It was from our housing authority to not essentially waive, but to work with them on the fees. And so we were able to apply, instead of charging them the residential rate, we were able to charge them the commercial rate instead, which is a lot lower. I mean, but we have a dialogue and start having a conversation as to why and what's the need, what's the impact to their project if we do not. So it's not just like, okay, yeah, we'll reduce, check.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm grateful to hear that.
Okay, Sabrina, your motion. Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now moving back. Go ahead and, 15th, okay, sorry. So we're gonna go back to 15A1, which is consideration of resolution number 2608. Dr. Castro.
President Forsythe, not a lot to say here. This is a resolution that's required for us to participate in an upcoming election.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Alrighty, thank you. A2, there'd be 2026 runoff ballot.
Okay, also, not a lot to say here. Previously, CSBA went through a process. There are now 2 candidates remaining, and the board has an opportunity to cast a vote for one of those candidates. So I can turn it over to you.
Okay, so typically we would have to agree upon one candidate, right? Correct.
Yeah. Question maybe best for Sabrina. Do you have any knowledge of these candidates and a recommendation for us?
So both of these have been very active in the Ventura County School Board Association, and I mean I think both of them are highly qualified. I don't have an opinion.
Okay, does anybody have questions?
Not a question. I did reach out to a very well-respected opinion who is familiar with Patty Lerner, and she was emphatically in agreement. She's a trusted colleague of mine. So I don't, however, that having been said, I don't know Tommy Frutos. So if anyone has any other information regarding him, otherwise I would put Patty out there.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion for Patty Lerner then? To accept that?
If no one else has any. Okay, then I move that we cast our vote for Patty Lerner.
I'll second that.
Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Alrighty, thank you. Okay, moving on to B1, Educational Services, consideration of the supplement novel eligibility. Dr. Bayless.
Thank you, President Forsythe. Pleased to bring you the latest round of fast track books for your consideration. And once again, just as a reminder, thank you, to the board and the public, fast tracks are books that we can bring before you as recommended because they're already on an approved list from the state, as opposed to those that are not, that require full read by our committee. But you'll see a lot of elementary books on here, and we've sort of expanded our supplemental novel committee to deal with elementary books. So you're going to see a lot of these. This is a long list, but really appreciate the work that Sarah, if she's still here? She is still here. Thank you very much, Sarah, for all your work in shepherding this process. And Annie, I know that you've been really integral in all this as well, so thank you for that. So we have a fantastic process. It really is a gold standard process. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on these books.
You know, I think this work is great. I was surprised because several of these books my children read as class projects, 15 years ago in our classrooms. So were they not part of our adopted curriculum until now?
Well, so we have the initial process that we created was designed primarily for secondary, and because that's where a lot of the books are used as curriculum. That's where a lot of grade level considerations, maturity level considerations were prominent for us at that time. So to answer the question, no, not exactly. There was no established process. I think we had a list. It was a paper list. It was very nebulous. So yeah, I should probably have you answer this question. But it was not we didn't have a process. So we're bringing these books into our process because, again, we feel like that's the most defensible, it's the most appropriate, it's more transparent and public.
So first, I just want to say, like, I have no issue with any of these books, but because we have received questions from the public in the past on these sort of things, I appreciate that we are tightening this up, right, to ensure that we have that approval process so that our teachers can feel confident, like, using these books in the classroom and know that they have our full support. But I wonder, too, then, like, are we also doing the other side of that, which is if it's not on this list, it might not be approved?
That is the guidance that we have given. We've been much more explicit about guidance to our elementary teachers saying this is the process, and that's why we're getting so many more requests, because I think that demonstrates that they're being responsive to our request to have these go through that formal process so that, to your point, teachers have confidence, they feel safe. Because honestly, my sense is that some books, maybe like movies in the 80s that we watched, that we look back on, we think, well, we need to reconsider and revisit that because some of our, some of our lenses have shifted and necessarily so.
I just want to say, like, this makes my teacher heart so happy. I have read, and I've taught everything through 6th grade, and I have read, other than James and the Giant Peach in Spanish, en español. Other than that, I've read every book on here, and they are all fabulous. Tuck Everlasting is one of the best books I've ever read, and I still do The Miraculous Journey of Edward Tulane every year with my 3rd graders. I mean, these are just fabulous, fabulous titles, and so many of them classics. Like, I noticed there were a lot that have been around since I was in school, which is a really long time. And but also like Frindle and some of the more recent ones, I thought it was a great overall selection, a wide variety to choose from, opportunities to get into some really great discussions. So I think all of these are fabulous, and I would encourage teachers, if they have a favorite that they love to read with their class, just get it on our list because, this is fabulous.
So my question is about the process. So a lot of these books, some of these books, like for instance, The Hatchet, Number of the Stars, those are incorporated in a lot of our curriculum already. So when we approve something like this, we're approving the entire text versus what's given in like a curriculum set, correct? How does that generally work?
Yes. So when we approve the book, we approve the entire book or excerpts from the book. And actually, I think your question sparked another thought that I had. We have our current Study Sync curriculum, which is our secondary English language arts curriculum, uses a lot of excerpts. And Sarah, feel free to stand up and correct me if I'm wrong. What we have shifted toward, and it's an ongoing digital database that keeps being added to. And so we have said to our teachers, for the point of giving teachers confidence and clarity about what they can use in their classroom, that anything that is an excerpt or anything that is added also needs to go through this process. So even though it's added to our board-adopted curriculum, because it's digital, it wasn't there at the time of the initial adoption, we still need to wait for board approval prior to teaching that new selection. So I'm just going to look back and see if I got anything wrong, as I am prone to every now and then. Okay.
Nothing wrong. I just like the way you phrased it, Dr. Bayless, a while ago to me, which is that when the board approves a curriculum, you did not intend to approve any book in perpetuity that gets added digitally to that library. And so while Study Sync and Benchmark at Elementary can add books, and often will add whole novels nowadays in response to teacher feedback, we're making it really clear to teachers that you have to, even the full novel appears in our curriculum, please put it through our process just so it can be brought to you first.
And I mean, for any teachers who are still awake listening, right? Like that is not, that isn't an effort by us to control every single thing that happens in the classroom. It's really about giving them protection so that if something comes up and parents or, someone has a question about something, we take that heat and a teacher doesn't take that heat.
Yeah, and that vertical agreement is really powerful. And so that's when you have confident teachers and confident interactions with parents. And I think that that's what our process has done. And again, our process is something that we share with other districts about because we're sort of on the forefront on this particular set of issues.
And I would just add, if anybody's going to read Love That Dog with their class, call me. I'll send you a couple extra boxes of Kleenex, because seriously.
Yeah, it's real sad.
Oh, love that book. Yeah, I'll move approval of the list.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Moving on to requests for consideration of a new course, Theater Arts, first read.
Yes, thank you once again, President Forsythe. We have 2 courses coming up, and I know they're separate items, but nonetheless, these are both Prop 28 courses, one coming to us from Cabrillo, the second one coming to us from El Camino. And so one of the things that I always want to say that when a course comes from a specific school, it's a course that can be used anywhere within our district. It's a course code that then, if approved by the board, that we add to our catalog, and that can be taught so long as the credentialing is correct, et cetera. So this first course is a theater arts course. It's a course that would feed into our high school program. It aligns with our arts master plan, and it's something that it is in the spirit of Prop 28 about expanding or adding additional arts opportunities for students that don't exist currently. So I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have.
So, as you know, I have a lot of concerns about this. For me, while I absolutely support expansion of arts opportunities for our students, I have concerns about the process in which this was conducted, and so I'm reluctant to support it.
Yeah, I've received some correspondence with concerns about how this was implemented as well. Excuse me. So I think one of my questions is if you could explain that process of how this is coming to us today. And then my other is more a concern and unrelated to theater arts, but related to how things are being implemented in our middle schools. Like I know at Buena next year that one of the resignations on our agenda today is Madam Adkins, and along with her leaving Buena will apparently be the French program as well. And I know that they have struggled since Spanish has been implemented in the middle schools, that they have seen a reduction in other foreign languages at the high school. And I've seen the impact specifically in French because that's what both of my children were enrolled in. So I've followed that more closely. But I'm concerned about the looking ahead to, as we're implementing programs at the middle school, how that is trickling up into the high schools and creating a situation where we're having fewer options for different programs.
Yeah, that's a big question. It's closely tied with the dynamics of declining enrollment and the distorting dynamics of Prop 28. So Prop 28 funding, and I know that this doesn't apply specifically to French and Spanish as world languages with respect to Prop 28, but I know this speaks to some of the other concerns. We have generally a declining enrollment environment, and in a declining enrollment environment, it can be really challenging, particularly for elective teachers. All teachers, certainly, because you have fewer students, but you have graduation requirements, but you have choice. You have graduation requirements in core instructional courses, but you have choice in electives. So Prop 28, my interpretation of it, my view of it, is about adding additional arts experiences, and in secondary, that a lot of that is about adding arts electives. And so now you have more electives with an increasingly declining number of students. It does mean that you can run elective courses smaller because you have special categorical funded monies in your electives programs, and you can shift where those Prop 28 monies can fund at a given site. If a core enrollment drops low to the point where you can't fund it with your general staffing, if it conforms to our arts master plan, if it conforms to all these other processes, you can fund it with Prop 28. So you can have more, you can sustain elective breadth while you have declining enrollment. That's what Prop 28 does allow. I know that there are some other views about how Prop 28 monies can be spent, but that's generally how our secondary principals interpret their mandate with respect to how to spend Prop 28 monies, is to offer additional and expanded, and that's the language that is on the CDE FAQ page for Prop 28. But it nonetheless does put some sense of pressure on electives programs as new ones are being added in a declining enrollment environment, and again, that declining number of students is spread to an increasing number of electives courses. Your question about the introduction of programs in middle school that might have an impact on high school is certainly a point that we could discuss broadly. In general, our middle school principals are responding to student and parent interest and demand, and I think that that's really important. And in world language lives in that nexus of it's an elective, but it's also a requirement. It's a UC A to G requirement, and it's also an elective, so it's sort of core-ish. And when we introduce courses in the middle school that then accelerate movement into the high school and make it so that they have fewer sections at the high school, and the same is true for accelerated math, right? So now there's fewer students taking Math 1. However, the goal is to give students more options. They then have more time to take other electives because they fulfilled their UC A to G requirement. They fulfilled earlier on their math requirement. Now they have time to go take dual enrollment courses and add that 5th or 6th year of math and be more competitive, which a lot of colleges are asking for. So we do generally feel like where we can, we want to advantage students, and sometimes that means being responsive to moving things earlier where it's the right fit. But it's certainly a conversation that we can have at the board level.
I'll just add too, because there's no easy answer to this, right? I mean, everything that Dr. Bella said, we know declining enrollment makes the selection of which electives someone takes in middle school and high school that much more complicated. I do want to note, however, that the declines of students taking other world languages over the years far predates this. So that's a phenomenon that shifts over time. Like if you just think about, since we were talking about the 80s earlier, let's hit the 90s. If you remember back in the late 80s and 90s, it was absolutely essential that you take Japanese, right? So yeah, Japanese courses, everyone said you need to do that. French, Italian, German, right? So these things fluctuate. I don't think we should be all that surprised that the resurgence of speaking Spanish, especially in our, that is right now something that people are valuing, perhaps more than other world languages. It's not and when I say that, I don't want to say valuing the language more. It's the anticipation of what that language can do for you in your future. So that's going to be a tension going forward. The other thing that Dr. Bayless touched on, that the board, if it's not today, it's in general, right? The board is going to have to contemplate, which is we know that we have some very positive attendance trends, participation trends in elementary school. And then in middle school is that time, and this isn't just unique to our district, this is also in other unified school districts, when families opt for other opportunities, it's in middle school. And it's in middle school for a variety of reasons. I'm not saying that it's just because of this course or that course. One of the things that Dr. Bayless talked about is our principals feel that, and they feel the need to try and place their middle school in a competitive position to recruit and retain students and families. And so in doing that, it does create I'm just going to say conflicts between faculty members of if this course gets offered, that's going to hurt my electives. That is the case, and I've shared with you when I was a principal that was something that was really hard. It was a real challenge. The final thing I want to go back to what that means then for high school. Although what Dr. Bella said is 100% correct, it creates potentially fewer sections in certain areas. It also extends opportunities for students, like in Spanish in particular, to take classes that maybe they wouldn't have been able to do. It doesn't resolve the issue related to dual enrollment. There are people that are pros and cons against dual enrollment because even though it's broadly good for students and families, it makes certain teachers feel like that's taking away opportunities for them to teach. And I don't want to say just taking it away because they want more. It's also, there's a belief system around, well, should they be taking this at a college? Shouldn't we be offering this in our schools? So that's something too. So this doesn't resolve that either. But those are all things that we're being confronted with, and there's no one right or wrong answer. We are trying to be responsive to all those demands, and declining enrollment makes all of them more challenging.
Well, and I would add, I'm a theater mom, all day theater. So it's not regarding what is being offered. I'm a huge fan of theater arts. So it's not that. I just want us to be very deliberate and mindful when we're adding these courses at how it's impacting going forward into the high schools. But also, and part of my other question earlier was, what is the process? So is this just principal recommendation, or how are these courses chosen?
Yeah, and thank you for redirecting me back to that original part of your question. I apologize, I neglected it initially. So we have sort of an internal expectation, a guideline requirement that all of our principals have an annual Prop 28 survey at minimum. And so there was this particular survey said, to all parents and families, what additional courses, elective courses, would you be interested in? So there was some input, points of input from the existing elective teachers, and I think we've spoken about a little bit about that tension that exists between existing elective teachers and the concept of introducing new electives. So that's something I wasn't there for. I don't know exactly how that unfolded and to what extent. I know that those meetings occurred. I know that even our director of secondary went and visited with the elective teachers at this particular site to try to learn more about some of the concerns expressed. But nonetheless, that survey went out and it provided a list of opportunities that were not currently offered in the elective portfolio at the site. And as it said in the materials here, the highest ranking one was theater out of those. So that's the genesis of this this particular request. And so I also want to come back to our Prop 28 plans. We have a couple sort of touch points that are required by principals. Check to see is it aligned with the Arts Master Plan, our VUSD Arts Master Plan. Does it align to the arts framework? So there's that process as well that they went through, and they submit those to Karen, and we review them, and then we bring those to you. So that's another sort of parallel process in addition to the survey and the site feedback.
Yeah, I think when we have these conversations, it's always hard, right? Because each site is operating based on kind of their perspective. They're trying to be responsive to families and students, and we're trying to keep that bigger picture of like, what is it we value? Who is it we want to be? What is it we want to offer to our students? And how do we get there? And so for me, what I have really struggled with today is that aspect of process, right? Like, I have no issue with offering theater. I think it could offer a lot of benefits for students. But when we don't go through a good process, then it's almost, for me, like the outcome, I can't trust that that's the right outcome if I don't trust the process that got us there. And I think this is a bigger board conversation to talk about, like, what is it we expect when we're doing these kinds of processes? What does it look like to engage your staff as meaningful partners in these decisions? And that's where I feel like this was not up to my standard.
I wanted to, I acknowledge that, and I wanted to offer one additional thought here is that that doesn't perfectly dovetail with that comment, but I think it's important nonetheless. We do have, at all of our sites, but this site in particular, we have a large number of office aides and teacher aides that we are, current principal, our current philosophy is we need to get them out into the electives, because while being a teacher aide, being an office aide can be important. It can be a connection to school. It's not like being in a student community. It's not like being in a rich elective. So I think that was part of the rationale for the survey, saying, hey, what would you take that is not currently here, because we're getting all these requests for office aide and teacher aide given our current set of electives. So we're going to put an end to the office aides and the teacher aides, and so what would make it really compelling for you to go take an elective? So right now, at this particular site, if memory serves, we have about 140 semesterized enrollments of office aide, teacher aides. That's a lot of kids. That's 70 students. So right now we have it down to about, I want to say 30-ish, because we have to have some office aides and there has to be some PE aides. So a significant reduction and pushing a lot of those students out into the elective classrooms.
I would suggest, since this is a first read, we bring it back after we have a little bit more time.
Okay. If that were the case, I'll touch base with you to get a sense of, in terms of like the process, like how we're weighing. One of the things, Trustee Rodriguez, you said is how we invest that time with the staff feedback. And one of the things that it comes back to, if that's the case, I know that it will be important to us to know then how do we weigh, like when the opportunity is student and family supported, but maybe there is the lack of support from staff. And so then how do we go about resolving that, or what is the expectation that you would have for resolving that? Because just as we've stated, this is it is, I don't want to say going to, it is already something that it's just going to continue to come forward in those conflicts of trying to continue to provide multiple opportunities for students with fewer students to select from. So
Again, another thing for our school closures committee to be mindful of, because if we have schools that have larger populations, then we have the ability to add other courses. So,
yes, absolutely. In this instance, we would still end up in a similar spot, which is, do we want to offer this course and then have a separate conversation about process? In this case, do we want to offer the course as what's in front of us now? If the reservations about how we got there are so strong, then the determination would be, we feel so strongly about the process, even though we may fundamentally agree with offering the course, we'd rather have both conversations simultaneously. Coming back to the school closures committee, I think the school closures committee, it really comes down to the board, right? Like if the board says we want this course, then the school closures committee just continues to move forward with their process, knowing that depending upon which schools are closed, these like this course could be in a course catalog and could be offered at any
I'm not
at any
saying
school.
that we should defer this until after school closures,
Yeah, okay.
just to be clear.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, again, as our schools are smaller and we're adding electives, Prop 28 or 98 funds, sorry.
28.
28
Yep.
funds. are helpful in allowing us to run courses with smaller groups, but like we still have the issue of running a lot of electives. So I'm not saying that like we should defer this all the way. Like I'm not kicking the can into the school closures committee. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I have questions about the process as well, and I would like a few answers before I commit to this.
Okay. So if the board is comfortable, we could bring it back for a second read.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Moving on to request for consideration of new course, guitar and ukulele. First read, Dr. Bayless.
Yes, so this course comes to us. This is another Prop 28 funded course. They currently have an arsenal of guitar and ukuleles on campus already from Prop 28 and taught sort of as a general elective. We want to formalize that with a specific course code. And again, this could be used broadly at other sites, but nonetheless, right now it's restricted by request to El Camino High School. So as a guitar and ukulele fan myself, I'm very pleased to see kids strumming along. So happy to bring this to you for your consideration.
Okay, any questions? If not, we could have a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
God help anyone who takes up ukulele. I tried it during COVID.
Okay, moving on to action item, human resources, consideration of resolution number 26-12. Ms. Wolowitz, thank you.
Good evening, Board. This is the final resolution to allow the authority to the Human Resources Department to provide final notices to the action that you had previously approved in March. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, board questions.
Go ahead.
I'm
sorry.
I'm sorry, no.
No.
Of course. What was the net FTEs that were reduced on this?
So it was 20 FTE.
So I still have some lingering concerns about the base positions and the process that we're going to implement to support those students. We had a public comment about that tonight, and I know I've forwarded to you some concerns about that. So do you want to share anything? Is there like anything to share now?
Depends on what the question is. So,
well, what will be the, what's the timeline for developing a process to support students who are currently in the pipeline, specifically at base, because those are, they're small programs with like 2 people who might not finish for 2 more years, but like they're already midstream.
Yeah, absolutely. Gina, why don't you start and I'll add.
Sure. So we do have a commitment to ensure that the students who are currently enrolled in that they have a pathway forward to complete their certification for that process. The how and the when that happens is still, all those details are still being worked out. But I have talked to Dr. McNutt about that on more than one occasion, and we even spoke this week about it. So there is a continued commitment to that to ensure that those folks who've began that program have the opportunity to complete it.
With a fully qualified instructor.
Yes.
Yes, that's our intent. And I think you heard from one of our public commenters that they had reached out. I worked with Dr. McNutt. I'm going to get with them. It's because I want to, given that many of the things that bring students to VASE are so varied, I want to have an understanding of that. Yes, our intention is to offer. Yes, it's to have them reach certification. And I want to make sure, I don't want to restate, but the individual here talked about some of the barriers that they have. Dr. McNutt and I have already spoken about that. And so I want to make sure that our plan, we would always offer reasonable accommodation to all students, but I want to better understand from that student and the other ones who join what that looks like to make sure that that's incorporated into our solution.
Any other questions? I have a question about the process. So after this, if we approve this resolution, we still have till May 15th as the final day of sending any of these. Is that correct? Or is this the final act?
It's a good question. So we have until May 14th. It's the law is interesting. It says before May 15th, so it's actually May 14th. So we have until May 14th to notify employees, but we have had a practice last year and this year that as soon as the board takes action, we try to notify employees in a timely manner. Now we can provide a notification to an employee that they were given a final layoff notice. However, because of the 39-month reemployment right that any employee that gets laid off, should that position become available for a variety of different reasons, that employee who has been given a layoff notice prior to May 14th has the right to be reinstated into that position should it become available. And that exists for 39 months, so over 3 years period of time.
Reinstated as a new employee or as a current? In that 39 window?
It would likely depend on factors. I don't know that I could answer that specifically at this time, depending on what the factors are. Like sometimes there's just some outstanding questions that I wouldn't be able to answer that in all cases of what that would be, whether they'd be a new employee or a continued employee, depending on if there was a break or service. Sometimes they've resigned, so there's some other legalities that I would have to consider.
I think the easier way to say it is that it could. It could, but there are individual determinations that we can't say blanketly yes.
Correct.
I'll jump in here. Unless the job changes, unless there's some type of dramatic change in the job title, so it's split to a part-time job or something. But if they come back with all their rights and seniorities at the same place they left.
That's if the job is the specific position at that specific site is restored. Let's say that would constitute.
Doesn't necessarily have to be that specific
okay, it doesn't
site.
have to be. It's just the position itself.
Right.
So they could come back as a current employee and
Correct.
not a new hire.
Correct.
Okay.
Like I said, unless the job has changed somehow that they've, made it actually a different assignment than what it was.
Okay.
And I'll just, don't disagree with the conversation, but I just want to restate the larger umbrella. Yes, it's a possibility, but HR needs to take into consideration each of the individual parameters guiding each decision for each position.
Okay, any other questions? Comments?
We do have public comment.
We do have public comment. Thank you.
Do you want to do that now? Sorry, I just want to make sure you.
Yeah, we're ready. We're ready.
Okay. The first speaker will be Nadia Herrera. Nadia, because we spoke earlier, you're speaking on a couple of different topics. You'll have 1 minute on this, and this will be followed by Eileen Padone.
And just to verify, this is the certificated, correct? Yes. Perfect. Okay. Good evening. I am speaking in support of our Assistant Director of Student Support Services, Vicki Asenchuk. I have stood before you several times now, and tonight is no different. In order to give you as much understanding of what is at stake for you to lose if you decide to go through with a reduction of this position. You aren't just looking at a name on a spreadsheet, you're looking at the pulse of a department. By eliminating this position, you are choosing to dismantle a team that has finally brought real, measurable change to this district. Alongside our director, she has transformed how we operate in 2 short years. She didn't just fill a seat, she built a foundation. To cut her is to throw away the progress we've worked tirelessly to achieve. If this cut is approved, the work won't just disappear, it will fail. The system she and Maria Elisa Raraz have built will stall, and the students, families, and staff who rely on student support services will be the ones who pay the price for this savings. I am asking you one last time, protect the people who are actually doing the work.
Time is up. Eileen Padone.
Hello, good evening. My name is Eileen Padone, and I'm here to express my urgent concern regarding the elimination of the Assistant Director of Student Support Services. Given the current budgetary constraints and the reconstructing priorities for the upcoming academic year, it is vital to examine whether this role remains essential to the district's mission. As part of the School Attendance Review Board team, I have seen firsthand the essential role this team plays in supporting our most vulnerable students. I am here to respectfully urge you to reconsider the elimination of this position from our district, particularly given the direct impact that this will have on our attendance and intervention efforts. I see that this position is not extra. It is the primary engine for our district's attendance recovery. Eliminating this position often results in increased dropout rates and higher costs associated with long-term student disengagement. Eliminating this position would fundamentally compromise our ability to, 1, conduct timely interventions. With fewer staff, our response times to truancy referrals will lag, allowing attendance patterns to become more deeply entrenched. 2, maintain multi-agency collaborations. Coordinating between the district attorneys, social services, and mental health providers requires dedicated administrative oversight. 3, support at-risk families. We currently provide intensive guidance to help families overcome barriers like transportation or health issues. Losing this personnel will leave these families without a clear path back to regular attendance. Here are some examples of what this position contributes to the district and why they are incredibly vital. Assistant Director of Student Support Services, Vicki Senchuk. Her first year, she became lead of SARB and was directed to be a sub-principal at Balboa. Second year, created a SARB model that received recognition from the state level. Third, would have been a mentor to other districts as part of the SARB recognition had her position not been eliminated. 4, would have been a speaker at conferences regarding her SARB model. Thank you.
That is all for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, speakers. Okay, board, any deliberation? If there's a motion?
I mean, I do have serious concerns about the reduction of these positions. We have had numerous speakers about Vicki and the amazing work that the department has done. And that isn't to say that everyone else on this list isn't also highly qualified and valued. But I do have serious concerns about what's going to happen with our attendance recovery efforts when we have a key position like that that is not filled. And we've had this conversation before, but I know that there is a chance that we will get some county money. And so can you talk a little bit about what the timeline for that is?
Yes, thank you. Before I do, I just want to restate, we're talking about, in this case, one person, one incredibly valuable person who's new to the organization. I don't want to diminish the contributions of a lot of other people on this list, not just the certificated, but the classified. No one person can do something that has a district-wide effect, right? Not even me. So I want to say that. And very, very proud of the work that Vicki has done along with the entire Student Support Services, plus our principals and everyone, attendance clerks. What we've done as a district in this regard has been really impressive. Hence the model SARB recognition that has been years in process. Okay, so that said, where we go from here, we have the May revise coming up. Our staff, the board, is invited to participate in that. That is our first look to see what's changed since the January's governor's proposal. Shortly thereafter, as it is in schools, the board is still expected to approve a budget without knowing what the state's budget is. And so the state budget is approved after we go through that process of the budget approval. Trustee Rodriguez, we are, you I know in particular are following, but we are also following the updates from the county as it relates to the mental health dollars. And so the funding that you're talking about specifically that would potentially serve as a resource for, it could be used as a resource for a variety of issues, but one that could be available for Vicki Senchuk's position is one that looks like it will be going to the Board of Supervisors, coming to the Board of Supervisors in May. We then, as Asan knows, we then need to see Is that funding one time or is it ongoing? Is it what's anticipated or is it less or more? And then we would, as a staff, wrap all of that up, coming to you with the shifts that have occurred at the state level. Hopefully there's some positive news, but there's just as likely to be some negative news. And then the board will weigh, given the entire budget situation between basically June and the start of the school year, are there things that the board would like to revisit in terms of not just this position, but other positions and services that have been currently planned for reduction? So that's the general timeline.
So the reality is, because of the timing of the governor's budget being beyond the May 14th.
Yes. I mean, that's always the case. But in this particular case, the money that we're talking about coming for these positions, the student support services position, would be in the hundreds of thousands. I don't want to diminish that. Having hundreds of thousands of dollars, we talked about the impact that a few $100,000 grant had. Right, a few $100,000 can have a huge impact. That said, we still have the overall deficit that we're working on, and then we need to find out from the state budget, is our problem bigger in the millions or is it smaller in the millions? And that, even though it is always wonderful to collect a few $100,000 in revenue that could be used to support probably several positions once we know the parameters of those dollars, the broader issue remains, which is to what degree is the board comfortable with maintaining an overall structural deficit going into 2027, especially knowing what's on the horizon for the state, because we will not only get the governor's budget for this year in that May revise and governor's budget approval time, or when the state finally approves the budget. The other thing that we get is what those other projections are too. There could be reduction or revisiting the COLAs. There could be projections in what those revenues look like in the out years as well. So those are other things that assist us in our multi-year budget planning.
So then I guess my follow-up question is, when will we be able to have those conversations about what we want to prioritize for the use of those funds should we receive them?
Yeah, once the state budget is finalized at the end of June, we would come back essentially in a form of most likely a special study session to see, hey, these are the funds that were finalized that came to be after the May revise, and this is the final stated numbers. These are one-time funds. This is an increase or decrease in COLA. This is how it impacts our LCFF, and majority of the funds that have been announced so far are all one-time funds. So it's not gonna solve the deficit issue. The deficit is we have declining enrollment and we're continuing to fund ongoing positions with one-time funding. And so the more one-time funding we get, it'll just kick the can down the road, but it's not gonna solve the issue.
Right, but I mean, if we get money this year and can preserve services for another year that benefits students, then why would we not take that option?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, and then the other part of that for me is, we have very few levers for generating revenue, and our attendance is one of them. And so having someone who's so directly involved in SARB and being able to work with our chronic absenteeism and things like that, that is a lever that we're able to pull to generate more revenue. So that position in particular, again, not saying that all of those positions on that list are incredibly important and valuable, especially to the students that are interacting with them. But I do have concerns about that one in particular for its ability to generate revenue.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we all share those concerns. Just building on what Hassan said, the other things that will be happening by the time or in between are our other staffing updates. Still will be in early phases of projections with enrollment, and then the staffing that can match that enrollment. Those will be other things that will be coming to the board during the summer as we're finalizing this year and looking at next year. So there a lot of budget information will be coming to you during the summer.
Sorry. I just also want to acknowledge that it's incredibly hard for people to hear that oh, well, we're going to hopefully come back to you in June, right? I mean, obviously we all recognize this is people's livelihoods, and we're essentially saying we don't know yet and we're having to wait, and that doesn't make anybody feel good. But I do think that there are some silver linings that are starting to materialize, and I do think that the state is signaling that there are going to be those funds, and so I have some hope in that. But that doesn't, I mean, I'm sure that does not help these employees sleep better at night.
Okay, any further questions? Then we'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Reluctantly, yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Alrighty, thank you. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item, classified. Consideration of resolution number 26-13.
We're just waiting for the, no, you're doing great. Yeah, and it's getting late, so we'll give ourselves some grace. All right, so the resolution is up. I'll hand this over to Marina Mihailovsky.
Okay, much like on the certificated side, this is a statutory requirement to implement the position reductions that were approved back in February, and to allow us to provide final notices. We had 26.7 FTE that was slated for reduction, but that incorporated about 91 standalone positions because there were so many positions with small fractionals of an FTE. And we provided notices to all that may be impacted, including those who may be displaced due to more senior employees exercising bumping rights, and met with approximately 120 individuals. So before you have the attached list of individuals who are being impacted by this reduction. And some of the individuals are listed twice, and that's because they hold multiple positions, and in some positions they may be displaced from an assignment entirely, and then in another position there is a reduction impact.
So then that would explain, that was one of my questions is, I was looking at the list of reductions, and then I was looking at the list of layoffs, and there were 11 names that were on the reductions and the layoffs. So are those split positions? Because some of them, I mean, like campus support assistant, and it has the same site listed, and they're on both the reductions and on the layoffs.
So if you remember when the board approved the $1 million of supplemental positions, so in many occasions what the site did is they essentially provided what could be thought of as additional hours. So if a person had a 15-hour position assignment as a campus support assistant, and then with the additional monies they funded a 5-hour position assignment. And so that 5-hour position assignment is being eliminated because it's one-time monies, and yet as part of us correcting the allocation of campus support hours based on student enrollment at the site, they may also have a reduction to their primary position assignment.
So, I'm sorry, and can you say again what was the FTE for classified?
The total FTE that was slated for reduction or elimination was 26.73.
Okay, and then is there any way to separate out the $1 million one-time funds to understand like how many of the FTE and the positions and the individuals are from those monies?
So when you're looking at the job classes, they can be identified by site in the job class title.
Okay, thank you. I see that.
Okay, any other questions? We do have a public comment, so if we could go ahead and, yeah.
We do have one public comment, and Nadia is speaking on multiple items, so she has 1 minute for this.
I'm back. As I stand before you, I continue to ask you to reconsider the elimination of my position. I urge you to continue to ask more questions regarding the importance of my position and the impact it creates. I have been working with the PEI program since almost its conception, and I am the last person standing that knows how far we've come since the 2019-2020 school year. With each year, especially over the last 2 years, the program has blossomed and expanded to support more students and families. So with all that said, I leave you with these 2 questions. Are you okay with losing people who know and have achieved so many positive outcomes with this program just because you need to cut positions at the district office in order to meet a quota, knowing that this will bring far more implications both immediately and in the long term? And 2, are you okay with losing people who do their job effectively and bring more revenue than what they cost the district? Thank you.
That is all the public comment we have for the evening.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I do have a question, though. So, same kind of question. If any of these individuals are brought back, there is a chance for them to be retain their status and not become a new hire, correct? Okay. Okay.
You know, one of the reasons that we did the $1 million last year is because so many people on this list are the people who make our sites really special. They connect with students, they connect with families. You know, they're really just they're the face of what we do to our students. And I mean, the ones here at district office often interact with people when they're having a really, really, really hard day, right? And that's the reason they're here, because they're trying to fix a problem. And it's just really heartbreaking to know that we don't have a better mechanism for this. I am hopeful, like with the previous one, that we'll be able to restore some of these positions. And you know, and then I think about the reverse bumping that we had last year that was so hard on people, because you put everyone through that emotional turmoil, and then you drag them back through it the other direction, and it's awful. And yet I don't really know what the other options are. And I don't want anyone to think that this is an easy decision. And Carol, I want you to know that we all appreciate the fact that you have sat through these meetings 2 years in a row, counseling people, hugging them, acknowledging the heartbreak, because these are all people who care deeply, and that isn't lost on us. Like, I don't think any of us, I mean, I can only speak for me, but I know that people here really love this district. They love the work they do. They do it even when we don't pay them what they deserve to be paid, and they do it every single day because they care about our kids. And that's what makes these things so hard. So anyway, I just want to say thank you for doing that, because I know sitting with people when they're having their darkest day is hard. And I know, you know, Marina, you have had to do that as a brand new employee as well. And so that just is awful. And I'm hopeful that we can find a different way out of this, but I don't see one yet.
So I am concerned about the campus support assistant. There's a lot of campus support assistants on here. Yeah. And I kind of want to get your idea of your thinking behind this and these reductions.
Well, I'll let Marina go through the breakdown. I'm going off of memory, and I can see it visually. My understanding was the reason for so many CSAs and the reduction was that a lot of those were tied to the one-time $1 million. And so the board, well, the community, but the board specifically had the opportunity to see at that time, what were the priorities of the sites. And so at the time, that was their priority. Then we go into just like, and again, we have a lot of names on this list. We have a lot of positions on this list. When the board takes action on this, the next thing that we kick into gear is, okay, and we've already started a lot of these conversations, especially talking with the principals about what are the mechanisms and levers that they have on their sites to be able to do that. One of those things, we've been on site visits, and you've heard me have these conversations with some of the principals, is we have contract language where there's an expectation of, via adjunct duty for teachers to do positions that when we've had perform roles that when we've had other positions in place that perhaps on certain campuses that hasn't been as utilized because that time is spent doing something else that's more impactful. Not to say that supervision isn't impactful, it is incredibly impactful. You can form strong relationships with students and staff and families when you're out there. But that's one thing. Looking at the schedules and other types of things, but that's really it. It's when you have a new set of context, you take a look at what your resources are, and then you prioritize how that looks. It also could be the principals looking at their recess schedules, overlapping oversight. There are a lot. I can't get into all of the things, but those would be like the top three. And again, on our site visits, you've heard me engage in a couple of those conversations with principals. The reason that I can't say, very similar to the question that you posed, Gina, will you, uniformly? The answer is no, because the layouts of our campuses are different. How they're structured are different. How the grade levels do things are different. And so the conversation is, on this campus, how will you address those needs? Move over to the next campus, on this campus, how you address those needs. And then ultimately, when we work with Ed Services, and we've done this for a number of years, as they go through this process, as they've demonstrated, like we've looked at every conceivable way, then it becomes a different conversation. Is, okay, then do we need to consider, is there something in the way that we're staffing that school that we need to look at revisiting long term? But that's the general process.
I guess my concern is really at the site level, and it's a safety thing, right?
Right.
And you said they build relationships, which is absolutely true, and we need to have that. However, a lot of our campuses have very unique needs and lines of sight that are not comparable to kind of reducing that. So I'm really kind of skeptical.
Yeah, and one of the things that, again, very similar to the conversations about other positions, there is no way to go through reductions as impactful as we've gone through in the last couple of years and not see an effect, right? The one thing to remember, however, is that we've added a number of positions over the years. There was a time when we operated our schools with more students and fewer staff members. And so we didn't have chaos at that time. Like we had order, we had strong relationships, we had learning. The big X factor that's in there is that I still think that, especially in our earliest grades, the TKK and 1, I think we've all heard that there's still a need to support strong behavioral supports, and we do that via other mechanisms. But that's another thing to take into consideration too, is that not too long ago, prior to COVID, we staffed schools with fewer people with more children. And so I know that doesn't give us a lot of comfort, but it is what we did. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, I'm just curious. So I was at Pacific High School a couple of weeks ago, actually to pick up my painting, and I was chatting with Joe, the campus supervisor, and he was sharing like how hard it's going to be to keep the campus safe because of the wings and the nature of where their restrooms are, to be able to monitor kids, like, when they're in between classes and stuff. So will principals have any flexibility to, when we were doing the LCAP presentation, you were talking about, well, there are some pots of money where you can sort of apply and request for special circumstances where, like, we know this is an issue. I mean, he shared a story about a young woman who was using a controlled substance. Luckily, they were able to get there and help her and provide the support she needed, right? Which wouldn't happen if somebody can't see those blind spots. But again, like, what's the process for a principal to say, "Hey, I think we have this exceptional need"?
So the answer is yes, and we've done that multiple times in the past, especially at our secondary campuses when there were events going on or just general a phenomenon that were going on. We didn't hesitate to provide that like real-time support. Pacific High School is interesting. Greg, I don't know if you want to jump in on this, but from a supervisorial perspective, it's absolutely true. If they were to continue to provide supervision in the exact way that they're providing, it would create some issues because of reduced hours, right? That said, Pacific High School is also staffed overall at a much higher level than the rest of our campuses are. And so I don't want to, it's not my place to get into the principal's role, but one of the things is if I were a principal at that site, I would look at all of my staff and I would say, okay, we need to make sure that we are keeping an eye on certain corridors. You have your core individuals providing that supervision, but you would have to look at using all of your staff differently. Greg, is there anything you want to add there?
Yeah, I would say that with the additional staffing in recent years, post-COVID, Pacific High School has been able to implement kind of a very controlled bathroom use procedure with dedicated campus supervisors outside. That has reduced a lot of the sort of the bathroom related issues, and I think you spoke to one of those. That hasn't always been like that, and I think you mentioned that it's an example of something that developed. It's effective, but that's not always how it was, and that's something that they'd have to revisit or reconsider, or during passing periods maybe redeploy administrative staff or counseling, some of those additional people that are staffed above sort of our standard ratio. So that's a conversation that I've had with Deidre. I know that Deidre's had with the administrative staff at Pacific High School as well.
Do they have Minga or any of the monitoring programs?
Pacific High School does. Oh boy, I don't think they have Minga. No. I'll get back to you to be sure, but I don't think they do.
I'm just thinking if it's been useful in other campuses. I don't know if it would be a fit for their campus or not, but just something to consider.
Okay, further questions? If not, entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion that we approve the resolution.
I'll second.
Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
With so many site-specific, I can't agree to this, no.
Motion passes 3-1.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, moving on to request approval of contracts exceeding $25,000.
President Forsythe, do you want to?
Oh, we need to do a break. So that's a break, and we also extend time. Is that correct?
We extend time at 10:30, so if you want to do that,
We do
next
that.
time too.
Yeah. So if it's okay, we're not going to go to 12 a.m., but I just want to make a good buffer. So 12, Or 12, yeah, 12 midnight. Yeah, okay.
So I'm hearing we're extending to 12 a.m.
Yeah.
And what time is, how long are you giving us a break for until then?
10.
10 minutes. So we'll be back at 10:25.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming back at 10:25. Alrighty, welcome back. We're going to move on to approving contracts exceeding, $25,000. Dr. Mirza, please.
Sorry, yeah, this is board. If there are any questions that you have about any contracts, we will answer the questions.
I do have a question about the skylight. Can you explain? Yeah, he's coming up. And I know we're focusing on bond, right? And we want to, and the direction of the board was to kind of think about being intentional about our thought process when it comes to school closures and how does that all function. So can you please explain that just a little bit?
Lights as being a safety hazard. I believe in the link there's pictures. So we requested a change order proposal from the contractor. We thought it was an inadequate proposal. So we went outside and got another proposal to install. As you can see, that's the existing condition of the skylights. Our concern is if we do replace these skylights, we want to make sure that if someone unintentionally leans on them, that there's some kind of fall mechanism below to capture them. We've had stories in Oxnard, for example, of kids on roofs messing around, falling through skylights, and unfortunately being severely hurt. So we want to make sure whatever product we install in the future has some type of fall mechanism. So that's what this proposal is to change out these skylights.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, any questions, comments? If not, we'll take a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Okay, moving up to conference item, human resources regarding the Williams uniform, the Williams Act. Go ahead, please.
Pleased to report that there were no complaints for the quarter, which just ended in the end of March.
Great, thank you so much. Alrighty, consent calendar. Does anybody have anything to pull from consent?
Yeah, I have two items to pull, 17A3 and 17D9. A3 is the agreement with Vista Rail Public Charter, and D9 is the Sheridan Way change order.
I'm sorry, what was the last one again? D9, correct. Okay. Okay.
So my question for item A3, the Vista Rail charter, is about the budget. So thank you for pulling that up. So the reimbursed to district is beyond is above and beyond the cost of staffing. So in the past, we were able to collect ADA for these. No?
No, we cannot collect ADA because
Well-
we're not a year-round district. So this is the mechanism by which ADA is collected by our charter partner, and then the reimbursement happens.
Well,
with this
yeah, so
group.
that's what I meant. So Vista is collecting ADA for the summer program, which they're running. They're paying staff members to run that. Is this 397, that is the district's proceeds from summer school?
Sorry. Yes. That's the amount reimbursed to us by the charter school. For our total cost, they're only reimbursing us the $397. So we're not essentially, we're not making money on this, or we're not breaking even on this situation.
So that's a big change, because in the past, it had been revenue positive.
Yeah, this is this is not, because I believe we are, like, we have some say as to how we staff these programs as well. So there goes a conversation as to how many school admin assistants are we staffing this with, or how many nurses do we need for that program? How many counselors do we need? Those are conversations that I am concerned about. I do ask questions that why are we staffing like this if it's costing the district money? We're not saving on this.
We run now in high school just initial credit in one area. We used to run more initial credit courses, and in an effort to reduce expenditures, we've shepherded those initial credit students almost exclusively to dual enrollment. So we offer the health and college and career. That's our only initial credit. Everything else is credit recovery in order to maintain students on track for graduation. We have a bridge program, 5th to 6th bridge, and that's something traditionally that we've done, but we've eliminated all the other, except for we have one woodshop camp. We've eliminated all the other middle school programs. We do have elementary programming that we've reduced it over the years. Post-COVID, it was come one, come all, and now it is a very strict criteria of being not on grade level or being behind at an academic deficit. So we have reduced. I don't know the whole background on whether or not our contract with Learn for Life, our general relationship with Learn for Life has changed over time, but I understand the nature of the question. All I know is that we still have a commitment. When we've tried to reduce our summer school commitment to the bare bones of what we think we need to offer, but still nonetheless it's not cost neutral.
So this, I just assumed I was misunderstanding this, to be honest, because in prior iterations, this was revenue positive. So I would like to know more about when it became no longer a revenue positive situation. And then, to me, if we're committing to spending $1 million on summer school, that should be a conversation, not on consent.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So you're wanting to hear some of the history of when did it go from being less cost to more cost. So when did that transition happen?
It was revenue positive. I
Yeah.
mean, I remember very distinctly, Dr. Bayless, one of your early presentations on this model, it was revenue positive to the tune of like $800,000 from the summer. So this is a big change, and
Okay.
something that, I mean, I'll just own, I did not catch prior to this. And I just was like, oh, so we're making less, but we're still, it's still revenue positive, which is what justifies putting the whole machine. I mean, obviously, in addition to the fact that students get credit recovery, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not recognizing that. But again, if we're investing $1 million in summer school for a relatively small number of students, then that should be a distinct board conversation.
If you look at the left column, it says district reimbursement and the costs associated directly through the charter. So where it says hired by charter, those are, so that $833,000, those are not our district costs. Those are costs that the charter bears.
Yeah, and
right?
that's why I was trying to get a sense of
Yeah.
what the question was, because one of the things that changed, and I was going to ask Gina to talk about this, I just wasn't really sure where the conversation was going. There were a couple of key shifts that have taken place over the last 2 years, and Gina, do you want to talk about those? Okay.
Sure. So part of it is that we have summer school language in our contract, and so we're required to abide by that. And so last year we reverted back to our original contract language. We had MOUs in prior years because we had ESSER dollars. And so without the ESSER dollars, we reverted back. Our partnership for Learn for Life, that impacted our agreements with them. And so they began hiring. So as of last year, they hired the teachers. And so exactly what you see there in that middle section that says hired by charter, those are costs that are directly paid from Learn for Life to employees. And we aren't paying those employees. So they hire them on their own, and they use their own hiring processes for those positions. Then we have other positions that are funded by VUSD, and those positions follow our contract language.
And so I think...
So that's a significant shift.
Yes, so the total cost for the entire operation of this MOU is $1.2 million. $833,000 of that is essentially chartered, the charter schools cost. Right. And where it says district reimbursement, that is reflection of what they're paying us back for. I still feel like there's areas here that...
Well, I know.
I mean,
It's not what you said a few minutes ago. You said the total cost to us was 1.2. Now what I'm hearing is the total cost to us is 397.
The reimbursement is 397. What I can't answer right now is what Gina talked about is the split, the bifurcation. There, I'm trying to remember because we had these conversations a couple of years ago, so I'm trying to remember. The charter said that there were certain positions that they would take and certain positions that they wouldn't. And so the question that we can't answer with this data is what is the total cost to the district for all those other positions that we hire that they won't hire. There's no reimbursement for because they are our employees, and I don't have those numbers in front of me. But that is the real. My assumption is that's what your real question is, which is based on the reimbursement and then based on the total costs. What is the total cost to the district? We'll get that to you.
Yeah, essentially what this document is missing would be what are costs incurred by the district that we don't get reimbursed for, right?
Yes.
This talks about, this document reflects whatever the charter school's cost is and what they're actually paying us for, reimbursing us for, but what this does not show you is, in which we need to correct and get that to you, is what positions that we're hiring that they're not reimbursing us back for.
And just real quickly before we go another direction, the other part of this too that we will need to separate is the cost for ESY, because those are mandated costs. So we'll need to try and pull those out. So that way, as you're evaluating the total cost for summer school, what are those that we would consider mandatory costs for ESY, and then what are those things that would be optional as you weigh the relative benefits of that. So I think I have a sense of like what the question is. Okay.
Are we tied into this contract long term, or can we get out of it and do it on our own if we want to?
Do you want to?
Was the question, can we do this on our own?
Yeah. Are we tied into a contract where we have to use them in the future?
No, not at all. Yeah, but we would lose the revenue, and we would have to have a conversation then about what is our commitment to students in summer school. So, I think
because the mechanism for earning ADA during the summer is that if students are enrolled in a charter program, they can collect ADA from them during the summer, which is what helps offset our costs.
If they're enrolled in a year-round charter program, yes, even part-time.
So I'm assuming then that similarly, I should pull A2 for the same information.
Okay.
Ryan. So D9, and I know Dr. Castro gave you a heads up. So I had questions because it says the change order is 273,244, but if you look at the contract, the change order is 600 and something, and then it's eating up our credit.
Correct. Yeah, it's so the total change order for the shift in redesign and installation of the foundation system is, I believe, like $673,000. Since we're at the end of the contract for solar, we're trying to reconcile our books, and we decided to put the credit from Ventura High School into this change order. We don't anticipate any future change orders for this project. So we're just trying to right the ship and get ready to close this project out.
Just from a transparency standpoint, though, I think it's really helpful. Like, if this job is costing $650,000 more than what we budgeted for it, that the change order show the price the cost of the actual change, and then maybe there's a way to show but the net to us is 273 because
Sure.
we have this other
I think
credit.
we've done that in the past. We should have put 673 minus the credit of whatever amount totaling to 273. So yes.
And then why is it $670,000?
Oh, Lord. Yeah. So Sheridan Way was unfortunately built pretty much on a river bottom. So the soil conditions there were very poor. Liquefaction was the big concern from CGS. So we had about a year and a half of geo studies with CGS, and ultimately they landed on the typical pier foundation system that is pre-approved by DSA wasn't sufficient. So the alternative method is to do big, what we call mat footings. If you ever drove by while under construction Sheridan Way, we had to excavate approximately 600 yards of dirt, haul it off, import 600 yards of dirt, fill it back up, dig it again, and then fill that up with concrete. So it's a very labor intensive, very obviously expensive process, but we had to move forward quickly to make sure we met our NEM 2.0 deadline, which we did meet, and make sure we're still eligible for the federal tax credit.
That was my second question,
Yeah.
as you know. So, so this doesn't delay our tax credit application, and we will fully be able to submit. When was the deadline? It's coming up, right? Like June or something?
Yeah, end of June. Yeah, so we're on track to submit fully. We're doing the study now based off of basically the location of each school has different credits for low income and whatnot. So
And are
doing
we
that
still
study now.
predicting roughly like a $13 million rebate?
I don't anticipate 13 million, probably closer to 9 to 12. The bigger concern that we have at this time is what's left in the coffers. That I don't know. We're just moving forward, and at this point, whatever we can get, that's what we're going to get.
What was the cost of the solar at Sheridan Way? You can ballpark it prior to the 673 change order.
Yeah, the elementary schools averaged about like 1.1 million, 1.2 million. We had the same condition at Montalvo. Montalvo had only one solar array structure, where Sheridan Way had 3. So I believe Montalvo at the time was approximately $180,000 change order. Given the size of Sheridan Way in comparison in the additional array structures. CGS also, CGS is California Geological Survey. They kind of dictate how we submit our geological reports to DSA. They had us do additional work with GeoGrid, and that's just to stabilize the soils even further. So it just added a ton of cost on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a 50% overage. I'm just curious, so has this already been done?
Yeah, that was the kind of the roll of the dice, if you will. We were coming up close to the NEM 2.0 deadline. This project wasn't actually tied into Edison until about 3 weeks ago, so it was very close to not making the NEM 2.0 deadline, which is significant. If we got pushed to NEM 3.0, it's might as well be for naught. So we pushed forward and made sure we just got the project completed.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll make those adjustments in the future, though, Mr. Rodriguez.
Just FYI, on top of those credits, we are also applying for the transportation, the charging stations that we're putting in. Those are also eligible for tax credits, so we're doing that. I mean, we're working with transportation to do that, separate project, just FYI.
So with that, I'll move approval of consent items minus A 2 and 3.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And
sorry.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to board reports. Is that correct? Or do we have one more? Board reports? Okay. Any reports?
I'm just going to skip mine in honor of time.
Yeah, I would just say that for those of us who were able to attend the conference through CSBA and AXA in DC, that I know one of the things that a lot of constituents reach out to us about is clearly funding for education is an issue. And what are we doing to move that needle? And I just want people to understand that we heard from so many people while we were there about how our physical presence in DC is incredibly impactful to the process. So I just, I want to thank CSBA and AXA for providing such an incredible educational opportunity, and for our elected representatives for meeting with us in order to discuss the needs of our district and of our county. It was very impactful.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to coming events.
This will be coming onto your screen very quickly. The first bullet point is postponed, so we're going to have to reschedule the Teacher of the Month celebration at Cabrillo. But a couple days from now, we'll be meeting again as the School Closures Advisory Committee, focusing on our first big piece of information for the committee. CDAC on the 24th. Neil is in the back. He confirmed that the Special Education Parent Workshop is set for the 29th. DLAC on the 30th, PAC coming up on the 1st, and heard the suggestion of a potential topic, which is great, because I think we were running out of topics. And then a really fun, fantastic event, anyone who can make it, the VUSD Art Show on May 1st, always amazing. And then our African American, our AAPC Council on May 6th.
And I would just reiterate, this weekend, both Buena and VHS have performances, their theater performances. This will be their final weekend. So I've already seen Frozen 5 times out of 4 shows. Yes, they presented to some of the elementary kids, and I was able to attend that as well. Fabulous show, and I'm really looking forward to being able to go on Sunday to see VHS as well. So they're doing Bonnie and Clyde, and that should be fabulous as well.
Since we're mentioning that, I will also mention that Foothill has their last productions of Mamma Mia on April 23rd and 24th at 7 p.m. in Spirito Hall.
Oh, that's good to know. I thought theirs was last weekend and that I had missed it. Good, thank you.
Alrighty, moving on to future board items. Any requests?
Yeah, I have a request. I'd like to bring back our math acceleration policy for reconsideration in conversation with some of the acceleration teachers in middle school. I think we might be having some unintended consequences of that policy. And so one of the challenges that they've shared is that there isn't a mechanism. So if a student is not not passing that class, there's no mechanism to move them back to a non-accelerated pathway. And so obviously, like, we want to give kids the chance to try and stretch and grow, but if they're not, then we also want them to be able to be moved back to an appropriate setting, so that they're not being impacted.
Okay, so a conversation about the policy, but then also the effects. So current implementation, some data around that, and then what are the overall effects and what options there could be. Okay. Consensus for yes? Okay.
And I would also like us to look at our school closure committee meetings and come up with or at least have a discussion on whether or not that would be something that would be very valuable to be recorded. I think because of only having 25 members, there's potential for us to be able to use something automated like an OWL system or something that would be able to record. I just think that the school closures are so incredibly valuable for the community to be able to understand what's going on.
For
And I would like-
clarification, recorded or live streamed or both? Because there's a major difference in recording and live streaming, two big differences in how that's done. So that was my question is, for clarification, are you talking to be recorded or to be live streamed?
I was talking recorded, but perhaps we should have.
Live stream would require all of the information we have in the back, all the
personnel
and
processes.
tech, which I don't think I can move to that room.
At a minimum, looking at having it recorded, I think because of the timing, it's really difficult for a lot of folks to attend. And I just think this is too valuable a conversation to not have the public be able to understand what's going on in those meetings.
Dr. Dannenberg,
Yeah,
did you
I
have
was just going to say, and maybe some type of update at every board meeting where we're at, even if it's a repeat because we haven't done anything, but just reminding the public where we're at and the things being discussed.
We definitely are planning a conference item. There wasn't anything yet to report other than they went through the first requirements. This next data set, largely, the board has seen that. But we absolutely do. We will take a look at, continue, because we did initially, and we were looking at the live streaming piece. So we will, again, look at what it would look like to record that and to do a good job to record it. Yeah, we can, if there's consensus to the board. We initially did, and then we'll come back and I can just meet with you individually on that. That's not we don't need board action. That's an administrative function.
I understand it would
Yeah.
take, I mean, obviously we have one
Yeah.
this week. We're not going to be able to.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're going to be having meetings all the way through summer into the fall. And I think also, part of it is in the absence of a recording that people can actually look and listen to with their own eyes. It creates kind of that vacuum of information where folks can make generalizations that could be inaccurate about what's happening. So I want to make sure
Sure.
everyone is able to go straight to the source and understand what's happening in the meetings.
Yeah, that sounds good. Just again, I'll follow up with you. I just wanted to make sure that was a direction through the board. It will come with additional expense. We've already struggled just with a little bit of technology that's required between the displays and the sound. Just running that initially is already impactful. We will need to pay for people to continue to explore it and maybe do a couple of tests. So just want to make sure in full transparency that it will cost us more than it's already costing, which again, I'm happy to do that. Just want to make sure that we're good with that.
So I 100% support this. As you know, I wanted to attend
Yeah.
those meetings. I was
Yeah.
told no. So
It was highly
encouraged
suggested.
not to
Yes.
attend, yes, but basically told no. So, I mean, and also I would just add that, like, in the absence of us providing like an official one, right?
Yeah.
What ends up happening is someone stands in the corner and streams it live on Facebook. So,
Yeah.
we just, I think, in order to control our narrative and make sure that we're putting out accurate information, we should have our own.
Yeah, absolutely. And since you're talking about other streaming, part of our obligation that isn't their obligation is to ensure the full participation of all community or all members of that panel, making sure that the audio is there, making sure that anyone who speaks can be heard in the recording. So I know that you know this, I'm just saying it because this is public, that our obligation to record and provide that information comes with a much higher standard than any community member streaming. So just, and we will do everything we can to make sure that we can meet that if possible.
And please make sure, check with the committee, see if there's anybody that does not want to be recorded.
Well, so that ship has sailed. They are participating.
They have been recorded, yeah.
We do have a minor, so I do have to
Yeah,
make
there is
sure I have
minors,
that
yeah.
signed off.
We do have a minor. However, the minor is participating in a public process, and they're so the protections that they may have, we'll look into. But short of that, it's a public process, so we'll look into that. Thank you.
Okay, any other items you wish to add? Okay. Closed session. We don't have a need to go back to closed session, so we'll go ahead and entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, staff. Thank you for presenting. Thank you to all the public that did public comments. We appreciate you. And more importantly, thank you, Vase. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much.